Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli bugungi yig'ilishimiz qatnashchilari, hurmatli mehmonlar, aziz Vengriyadan kelgan mehmonlarimiz. O'zbekiston Oliy ta'lim respublika kengashi raisi hamda O'zbekiston rektorlar kengashi raisi hamda bugungi forumga mezbonlik qilayotgan Toshkent delegatsiya va qishloq xo'jaligini mexanizatsiyasi muhandislari instituti rektori sifatida menga Toshkent shahrida O'zbekiston va Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlarining forumini o'tkazilishi munosabati bilan sizlarni ushbu zalga yig'ilganlarning barchasini qutlash katta mamnuniyat bag'ishlaydi. Aziz do'stlar va hamkasblar, bugungi forumimiz mamlakatimizda hamkorlik qilish, tajriba almashish, hamkorlikda ilmiy izlanishlar olib borish, qo'shma o'quv dasturlari, qo'shma diplomlar asosida kadrlar tayyorlashga bo'lgan qiziqish tobora ortib borayotganining samarasi deb o'ylayman. Ishonchim komilki, O'zbekiston va Vengriya universitetlari rektorlari forumi yuqoridagi vazifalarini muhokama qilish uchun yaxshi platforma bo'ladi. Yana bir bor barchalaringizni O'zbekiston va Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlar forumida ko'rib turgandan nihoyat xursandman. Xush kelibsizlar deyman. Forumni ko'zlagan asosiy maqsad O'zbekiston va Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari o'rtasidagi o'zaro hamkorlik aloqalarini yo'lga qo'yish va mavjud aloqalarni yanada rivojlantirishdan iboratdir. Forumning vazifalari tarkibiga O'zbekiston va Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlari o'rtasida o'zaro hamkorlik memorandumlarini imzolash, ular o'rtasida o'zaro ta'lim, ilmiy va innovatsion hamkorlik aloqalarini rivojlantirish bo'yicha muzokaralar olib borish va kelishuvlarga erishishni rejalashtirish. O'zaro talabalar va professor o'qituvchilarning almashuv imkoniyatlarini muhokama qilish va amalga oshirish bo'yicha aniq rejalar ishlab chiqish. Shuningdek, mazkur masalalar bo'yicha o'zaro tajriba almashishdan iborat. Xabaringiz bor, joriy yilning mart oyida, ya'ni aniqrog'i 29-31 mart kunlari Vengriya davlatining bosh vaziri janob oliylari Viktor Orban davlatimizga rasmiy tashrif buyurdilar. Tashrif yakunida iqtisodiyot, energetika, ta'lim, kadrlar tayyorlash, madaniyat, hududlararo hamkorlik, bandlik va mehnat munosabatlari sohalarida ikki tomonlama munosabatlarni yanada kengaytirishga qaratilgan kelishuvlar imzolanganligi hammamizga ma'lum. Bugungi O'zbekiston va Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlar forumining o'tkazilishi Vengriya davlati bosh vaziri janob oliylari Viktor Orbanning O'zbekistonga qilgan rasmiy tashrifi va ikki davlat rahbarlari o'rtasida imzolangan kelishuvlarning mantiqiy davomi va natijasi desa mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. So'nggi yillar davomida Vengriya va O'zbekiston oliy ta'lim muassasalari o'rtasida o'rnatilgan aloqalar natijasida ta'lim sohasida bir qancha loyihalar amalga oshirib kelmoqda. Men bittagina faqat misol keltiraman. Ya bo'lsa, mana shu bizning institutimiz mezbon bo'lgan institutni Vengriya bilan oldindan aloqa borligining bir kichkinagina misolini sizlarga keltirmoqchiman. Mana misol. Geoinformatika sohasida magistratura va doktorantura ta'lim yo'nalishini rivojlantirishga yo'naltirilgan ikkita xalqaro loyihalarni birga Vengriya hamkorlaridan bajarganmiz. Ular Tempus Geus geoinformatika O'zbekistonda barqaror rivojlantirishga erishishni ta'minlash bitta loyiha. Ikkinchisi Erasmus Plus Doctor of Science GIS, ya'ni geoinformatika sohasida doktorantura loyihalari. Ushbu loyihalarning muvaffaqiyatli tatbiq etilishida Vengriyaning Obuda universiteti va bizning Toshkent delegatsiya va qishloq xo'jaligini mexanizatsiyalash muhandislari institutlari asosiy grant oluvchi oliy ta'lim muassasalari sifatida ishtirok etishgan. Lekin bundan tashqari Qoraqalpoq davlat universiteti, O'zbekiston Milliy universiteti, Toshkent arxitektura qurilish instituti va Samarqand arxitektura qurilish institutlari ham bu loyihalarda faol ishtirok etgan. Shuni ta'kidlash kerakki, ushbu loyihalarning muvaffaqiyatli amalga oshirilishi natijasida, ya'ni yo'nalish bo'yicha mutaxassislarni tayyorlash uchun hamkorlikda ilmiy, uslubiy, adabiy bazalarning yaratilishi natijasida O'zbekiston oliy ta'lim muassasalarida O'rta Osiyoda birinchi bo'lib yangi geoinformatika magistratura mutaxassisligi va doktorantura ixtisosligi ochildi. Loyihalar doirasida O'zbekiston oliy ta'lim muassasalaridan 50 dan ortiq professor o'qituvchilar va yosh olimlar Vengriya davlatida o'z malakalarini oshirdilar. Hamda 5 nafar o'zbekistonlik talaba Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalarining magistr darajalariga ega bo'ldi. Bundan tashqari, institutimizda geoinformatika ixtisosligi bo'yicha himoyaga o'tkazuvchi kengashga, ilmiy kengashga Vengriyadan 2 ta oliy ta'lim muassasalari, ya'ni 2 ta professor Bela Markush va doktor Loren Folgori kengash a'zosi sifatida ish olib bormoqda va institutning shuningdek geodeziya va geoinformatika kafedrasida talabalarimizga masofadan ta'lim berib kelmoqda. Institutimizning 2 nafar yosh tadqiqotchilari hozirgi kunda Vengriya milliy stipendiyasi, ya'ni Stipendium Hungaricum sohiblari bo'lib, hozirda Vengriyaning Szeged universitetida doktoranturada tahsil olmoqda. Umuman olganda, bugungi O'zbekiston va Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektor forumi turli xil ta'lim sohalari uchun ilmiy kadrlar tayyorlashda oliy ta'lim tizimidagi xalqaro tajribalar bilan tanishish, oliy ta'lim muassasalarida ilmiy salohiyatni yuksaltirish va oliy ta'limni yanada rivojlantirish hamda eng asosiysi oliy ta'lim muassasalarining xalqaro va milliy reytingini ko'tarishda muhim ahamiyatga ega deb hisoblayman. Fursatdan foydalanib, Vengriya tashqi iqtisodiy aloqalar va tashqi ishlar vazirligining Vengriya diplomatiya akademiyasi va Stipendium Hungaricum ta'lim dasturi masalalar bo'yicha davlat kotibi bugungi mehmonlarimizning delegatsiya rahbari muhtarama Оршоля Пачай-Томасичga, Vengriya rektorlari konferensiyasining prezidenti doktor Laszlo Borxiga, Vengriya davlatining O'zbekistondagi elchisi janob oliylari Peter Sartoga davlatimiz o'rtasida oliy ta'lim sohasida ta'lim, ilmiy va innovatsion hamkorlik aloqalarini rivojlantirishda ko'rsatayotgan ko'maklari uchun minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Rektorlar forumining ishiga muvaffaqiyat tilab, rasman bugungi forum ochiq deb e'lon qilaman. Hurmatli tadbir qatnashchilari, ruxsatlaringiz bilan men tabrik uchun so'z navbatini katta minnatdorchilik bilan O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy va o'rta maxsus ta'lim vaziri janob Toshqulov Abduqodir Kamilovga.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, hurmatli Orşola Pachai-Tomasich xonim, hurmatli janob elchi, janob rektorlar, aziz do'stlar. Bugun barchangizda O'zbekiston va Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari birinchi forumining ishtirokchilari sifatida ko'rib bo'lganidan nihoyatda mamnunman. Ushbu uchrashuv biz uchun juda muhim ahamiyatga ega va bu mamlakatlarimiz o'rtasida oliy ta'lim sohasidagi hamkorlik yildan yilga kengayib, mustahkamlanib borayotganligining yaqqol isbotidir. Ushbu forumda ishtirok etish uchun Vengriyaning bir qator yetakchi universitetlari rektorlari va rektorlarini O'zbekistonga taklif qilishimizga bildirgan e'tiboridan xursandmiz. Ushbu Vengriya universitetlarining nomlari bizga yaxshi tanish va biz ularni kadrlar tayyorlash masalalarida katta yutuqlarga erishgan Yevropa oliy ta'lim muassasalaridan deb bilamiz. Ta'kidlash joizki, 2017 yil 21 dekabrda O'zbekiston Respublikasi hukumati bilan Vengriya hukumati o'rtasida ta'lim va madaniyat sohalarida hamkorlik to'g'risidagi bitim imzolanishi ushbu sohadagi ikki tomonlama hamkorligimizning faol rivojlanishiga yangi turtki berdi desak mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Ushbu kelishuvni samarali amalga oshirish maqsadida 2018 yil aprel oyida 2018-2020 yillarga mo'ljallangan O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy va o'rta maxsus ta'lim vazirligi va Vengriya inson resurslari vazirligi o'rtasida ta'lim bo'yicha hamkorlik dasturini imzoladik. Shuningdek, 2020-2023 yillar uchun mo'ljallangan Vengriya Stipendium Hungaricum stipendiyalar dasturi doirasida hamkorlik qilish to'g'risidagi O'zbekiston Respublikasi Oliy va o'rta maxsus ta'lim vazirligi bilan Vengriya tashqi ishlar va savdo vazirligi o'rtasidagi o'zaro anglashuv memorandumini imzolaganligimizdan mamnunmiz. Hurmatli davlat kotibi, bilamizki, Vengriya tashqi iqtisodiy aloqalar va tashqi ishlar vazirligida siz chet ellik talabalarga grant o'rinlarini ajratish masalalarini muvofiqlashtirasiz. Fursatdan foydalanib, Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalarida fuqarolarimizni o'qitishda ko'rsatgan yordamingiz va hamkorligingiz uchun sizga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Vengriya hukumati 2018 yildan buyon ushbu mamlakat universitetlarida o'qish uchun O'zbekiston fuqarolariga yiliga 30 tadan grant o'rinlarini taqdim etib keladi. Bizning iltimosimizga ko'ra, Vengriya tomoni Vengriya hukumati tomonidan beriladigan stipendiyalar sonini har yili 30 tadan 100 tagacha oshirganini minnatdorchilik bilan ta'kidlamoqchiman. Albatta, biz buni iqtisodiyotimiz uchun yuqori malakali kadrlar tayyorlashda Vengriya tomonining qo'shgan bebaho hissasini bilamiz. Shuni ta'kidlashni istardimki, bizning vazirligimiz va Debrecen universiteti joriy yil mart oyida Vengriya bosh vaziri janob Viktor Orbanning O'zbekistonga tashrifi chog'ida Debrecen universiteti ta'lim dasturlarini O'zbekistonda amalga oshirish to'g'risidagi kelishuvni imzoladi. Yaqin kelajakda Debrecen universiteti bilan biotexnologiya, qishloq xo'jaligi va farmatsevtika kabi ta'lim sohalarida hamkorlikda kadrlar tayyorlashni boshlashga tayyorgarlik ko'rilmoqda. Albatta, bizda ikki tomonlama hamkorligimizni yanada kengaytirish uchun yaxshi istiqbollar bor. Hozirgi kunda bizning oliy ta'lim muassasalarimiz Vengriyaning Etvyash-Lorand universiteti, Szeged universiteti, Abuda universiteti, G'arbiy Vengriya universiteti, Budapesht texnologiya va iqtisodiyot universiteti va boshqa oliy ta'lim muassasalari bilan hamkorlik qilmoqda. O'zaro munosabatlarimizning ijobiy tajribasiga asoslanib, biz Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari bilan to'g'ridan-to'g'ri ikki tomonlama hamkorlikni hamda turli Yevropa ta'lim loyihalari doirasidagi hamkorlikni yanada kengaytirishdan manfaatdormiz. Kelajakdagi hamkorlikning istiqbolli yo'nalishlari qatoriga qo'shma diplomlar berish imkoniyatiga ega bo'lgan qo'shma ta'lim dasturlarini yaratish, vengar mutaxassislarni O'zbekistondagi oliy o'quv yurtlarida qisqa muddatli ma'ruzalarga taklif qilish bilan bog'liq masalalar kiritilishi mumkin. Vengriya universitetlari bazasida o'qituvchilarning malakasini oshirish, qo'shma ilmiy nashrlar, talabalar va o'qituvchilar almashinuvi masalalari ham bizning hamkorligimiz mavzulari bo'lishi mumkin. Biz Vengriya universitetlari bilan kimyoviy texnologiyalar, energetika, mashinasozlik, sanoat texnologiyalari, biotexnologiya, sug'orish va suv resurslari, qishloq xo'jaligi, tibbiyot, farmakologiya, farmatsevtika va boshqa sohalarda hamkorlik o'rnatish va rivojlantirishdan manfaatdormiz. Men o'z nutqimda shuningdek Mamlakatimizda oliy ta'lim sohasida olib borilayotgan islohotlarning asosiy jihatlariga qisqacha to'xtalmoqchiman. So'nggi 3 yil ichida respublikamizda 50 dan ortiq yangi oliy ta'lim muassasalari tashkil etildi. Oliy ta'lim muassasalarining umumiy soni 137 taga yetdi. Ulardan 31 tasi chet el universitetlarining O'zbekistondagi filiallari va universitetlaridir. Bugungi kunda O'zbekistonda Rossiya Federatsiyasi, Janubiy Koreya, Hindiston, Singapur, Amerika Qo'shma Shtatlari, Buyuk Britaniya, Italiya va boshqa qator mamlakatlarning universitet filiallari mavjud. Bundan tashqari biz chet el universitetlari bilan hamkorlikda qo'shma ta'lim dasturlari, shu jumladan qo'shma diplom sxemasi bo'yicha kadrlar tayyorlash bo'yicha ishlarni boshlab yubordik. Hozirda yoshlarimiz 104 ta xorijiy universitetlarda yuqorida ta'kidlab o'tilgan qo'shma ta'lim dasturlari doirasida oliy ta'lim olishni boshladilar. Aziz do'stlar, ishonchim komilki, ushbu forumda universitetlararo ikki tomonlama hamkorlikni davom ettirish bo'yicha samarali munozara, tajriba almashish va istiqbolli rejalar muhokama qilinadi. Mamlakatlarimiz farovonlik yo'lida oliy ta'lim sohasidagi aloqalarimiz yanada rivojlanib borishiga umid bildirishga ijozat bergaysizlar. Xulosa qilib aytganda, Vengriya va O'zbekiston tomonlarining barcha tashkilotchilariga forumni muvaffaqiyatli o'tkazishda qo'shgan hissalari uchun minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Albatta, ushbu forumni yuqori darajada tashkil etishda ko'rsatgan yordami uchun Vengriya rektorlari konferensiyasi raisi janob Laszlo va janob Zoltan Dubetsiga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. O'zbekistondagi elchixonasiga va shaxsan Vengriyaning O'zbekistondagi elchisi janob Sandoga ushbu forumni tashkil etishda yordam bergani uchun o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Bugungi forumga hurmatli O'ktam Pardayevich bilan biz boshqacha bir yondashuv qildikki, O'zbekistondagi barcha oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlari ushbu forumdan manfaatdor bo'lishlarini va ishtirok etishlarini ta'minladik. Qaysi ma'nodaki bugun Toshkent shahriga, poytaxtga Toshkent viloyati, Jizzax, Sirdaryo, Vodiy viloyatlaridagi barcha oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlari tashrif buyurgan bo'lsalar, hurmatli mehmonlarimizning keyingi kunlardagi dasturdagi Samarqand va Buxoro viloyatlaridagi yurishlarida, tashriflarida o'sha hududdagi barcha oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlari hamkorlik, o'zaro kelishuv va uchrashuvlarni amalga oshirishlari uchun sharoit yaratildi. Ya'ni O'zbekistondagi barcha oliy ta'lim muassasalari bugungi forumdan manfaatdor bo'lishi kerak. Va yana ta'kidlamoqchiman, birozgina protokoldan chiqib bo'lsa-da, bugun ushbu forumning mazkur institutda bo'lganida ham ramziy ma'no bor. Bu universitet mustaqil O'zbekistonimizning, yangi O'zbekistonimizning kattadan katta muvaffaqiyatlarini olib kelayotganimizga, katta islohotlar o'tkazayotgan muhtaram prezidentimiz tahsil olgan va faoliyat ko'rsatgan universitetlar hisoblanadi. O'tgan haftada prezidentimiz nafaqat ta'lim, xususan oliy ta'limga bag'ishlangan yig'ilish o'tkazdilar, topshiriqlar berdilar va bugungi forum o'sha yig'ilishga, o'sha islohotlarga, yangiliklarga menimcha ham ohang bo'layapti. Va nihoyat men alohida Toshkent delegatsiya va qishloq xo'jaligini mexanizatsiyalash muhandislari instituti xodimlariga, professor o'qituvchilariga va shaxsan rektor janob O'ktam Pardayevichga o'z minnatdorchiligimni bildirishdan mamnunman. Mehmonlarimizning yurtimizga qilgan safari samarali va maroqli o'tishini tilayman va bunda hammamiz qo'shamiz. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Bundan muhtemelen men tabrib uchun so'z navbatini minnatdorchilik bilan Vengriya tashqi iqtisodiy aloqalar va tashqi ishlar vazirligi diplomatiya akademiyasi hamda Stipendium Hungaricum masalalari bo'yicha davlat kotibi muhtarama Оршоля Пачай-Томасич xonimga bermoqchiman. Marhamat.
Excellency, dear Mr. Minister, Mr. Rector, Directors, all of you present today, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, let me just firstly say that I'm so happy to be here today in this wonderful university in your beautiful country. Thank you for inviting me and my delegation. I'm glad to say that the Hungarian-Uzbek relations have taken on a new direction over the past year and have gained stronger momentum than ever before. The development of our relations among the common interests of Hungary and Uzbekistan involves many areas, from politics to the economy, from culture, education, and was highlighted by our Prime Minister Viktor Orbán's visit to Tashkent in March and the new dialogue between him and your head of state, President Shavkat Mirziyoyev. At the high-level meeting in your beautiful capital, it was agreed that education, including higher education, would be a priority field in our relations. I'm happy to say that the emerging university relations cover a wide range of areas of higher education and are aimed at providing opportunities for joint research collaboration and strengthening the role of higher education in innovation efforts. Nothing illustrates the dynamics of our bilateral relations better than the fact that Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, my boss, Peter Szijjártó, paid an official visit to Uzbekistan twice within 6 months in 2020, half a year, and he was also here just a couple of weeks ago. During his visit to Tashkent last July, our minister signed a memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary and the Ministry of Higher Education and Secondary Vocational Training of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the period of 2020 and 2023, as Mr. Minister has mentioned. According to this MOU, on cooperation within the framework of the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship program, Hungary will provide up to 100 scholarships for Uzbekistan to Uzbek university students and study in the Hungarian higher education system in a number of jointly defined fields from undergraduate to doctoral level. Of course, your country's participation in the Stipendium Hungaricum program is not without precedent. This higher education scholarship program was established by the government of Hungary in 2013 in the spirit of our Eastern and Southern opening foreign policy. Uzbekistan joined the program on 18th of April 2018 with a scholarship quota of 30 people that allowed the first Uzbek students to start their studies with us in the 2019 and 20 academic year. It's good to see that the Stipendium Hungaricum program is growing in popularity and the number of applicants is growing dynamically. I can proudly say that Uzbek students love Hungary, are happy to visit and study in Hungary. On their return, Uzbek students studying in Hungary under the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship program will contribute to the prosperity of their country and through their contracts will obviously act as intermediaries between the academic, research, and economic life of our two countries. At the same time, we're also pushing for solutions that would enable us to send more and more Hungarian students to your country who would learn Uzbek and other Turkish languages and would be involved in archaeological and ethnographic research. However, we would also be in great need of scholarships to enable the experts of Hungarian geography, the environment of the country, in the biological sciences to study what you think about climate change and thus launch joint research, which could be an important part of other international research. I think it is conceivable that appropriate forms of cooperation will be developed in the field of nuclear energy, training as well, but it will also urge the strengthening of cooperation between our mining faculties. During Foreign Minister Seattle's visit in July 2020, a memorandum of understanding of cooperation in diplomatic academy training was also signed between the ministries of foreign affairs of our countries, laying the foundations for joint diplomatic training and providing an appropriate framework for researcher mobility and the exchange of scientists. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that there are 60 Hungarian Nobel Prize winners demonstrates the quality of the past and present of Hungarian universities. We are also very proud of a possible future Nobel nominee, Professor ҳамкорликнинг, a former researcher at the University of Szeged and one of the leading developers of effective vaccines against COVID in the United States. Hungarian agricultural higher education is world famous and has a very great potential for joint agricultural research and agricultural innovation. The flagship of our agricultural higher education, for example, the former Szent István University of Gödöllő, maintains close cooperation with its Uzbek partners and takes part in the breeding of Uzbek seed potatoes with an institutionalized framework. The Uzbek-Hungarian Potato Research Center, which opened here in Tashkent on 30th of May 2021, will launch a joint potato breeding program in the coming years by crossing Hungarian and Uzbek breeding lines and adapting the traditional and molecular genetic methods used in Hungary. We are very pleased that the University of Debrecen has established close relations with the Ministry of Higher Education of Uzbekistan, and the memorandum of understanding has been already signed during the video conference on the implementation of the educational program of the University of Debrecen in Uzbekistan. Several other Hungarian universities are interested in establishing Uzbek learning institution relations. Our visit, I hope, will provide an excellent opportunity for the rectors present in this forum to discuss these issues with you. Ladies and gentlemen and participants, back home, we're in the process of renewing the Hungarian higher education system. We are putting the funding and organizational structures of our universities on a new footing. All of this serves the purpose of enabling our universities to provide state-of-the-art 21st century responses to the economic and societal challenges. We consider it important that more and more people in Hungary go to higher education because the societies of the future will need people with sufficient knowledge. Hungary still plays an important role in the university life of the Central European region. We have about 38,000 foreign students in the 2020-2021 academic year. We consider the training of foreign students in Hungary to be very important. So the process of transformation of the Hungarian university system partly serves this purpose as well. Allow me to briefly outline the most important aspirations of the Hungarian government in the field of higher education, which will fundamentally renew, restructure, and make Hungarian higher education even more competitive and contribute to the development of new dimensions of our international relations system. We think that the future of our universities is the future of our country. In this period, the Hungarian government made it possible for the former state-maintained universities to continue to operate in the framework of the so-called model change of higher education. It means that they can become public interest trust foundations, reforming public paths, thus operating within a more flexible financing and functional framework. The universities involved had the opportunity to choose this model on a voluntary basis. The changing socioeconomic environmental pose challenges to the state operating model of higher education, which required a change in the operating framework of higher education institutions. A change of model was needed to enable universities to perform their tasks in line with their own quality expectations and the expectations of the market and knowledge industry environment. The success of the model change is shown by the fact out of 27 state-owned universities, 21 higher education institutions have changed their model of operation in Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, dear excellencies, I believe that this Rectors Forum that we have convened is just the beginning, but an important and encouraging start. I believe that the next round of talks should take place as soon as possible, and this time in Budapest. As you well know, there is a proverb that says, don't choose a house, choose neighbors. Don't choose a path, choose traveling companions. I do hope that we will be good neighboring, traveling far together on the road leading to free cooperation. Thank you very much for your time.
Оршоля Пачай-Томасич xonim, siz bildirgan fikrlaringiz va ajoyib ishlaringiz uchun, istaklaringiz uchun, bizning kelajagimiz uchun aytilgan juda iliq gaplaringiz uchun katta rahmat. So'z navbati tabrik uchun so'zni Vengriyaning O'zbekistondagi favqulodda va muxtor elchisi janobi Petr Santor janobi oliylariga beriladi. Marhamat.
Dear Mr. Minister, dear Mr. Rector Ҳамкорликнинг, dear State Secretary, Rectors, participants, I'm very honored to participate in such a historical event as the first meeting of the Uzbek-Hungarian Rectors. I would like to express my sincerest gratitude for Mr. Minister, for Mr. Rector, for organizing this event. I should tell that we have a very representative delegation, which includes the most important Hungarian universities at the highest level. I encourage every participant to build actively connections with each university. As you know, our relationship, the Uzbek-Hungarian relationship, has new dynamics by the opening for embassy in 2016. It's even gained further momentum with Uzbekistan becoming a member state of the Turkic Council. The meetings of the highest level is in a very significant way since, and this is the natural improvement of these relations, and I really hope that it will be becoming a recurring element in the Rectors Conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
O'zbekiston-Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari rektorlari forumining ochilish marosimida tashkilotlarida ishtirok etgan yuqori martabali mehmonlarimizga barcha hozir bo'lganlar nomidan yana bir bor va janoblar, bugun oldimizda qiziqarli va muhim ishlar turibdi. Biz aminki biz aynan bugun boshlab beriladigan kadrlar tayyorlashning dolzarb masalalari, jumladan ta'lim jarayonini, professor o'qituvchilar malakasini oshirish, ta'lim sifatini oshirish va boshqa muhim yo'nalishlarda tajriba va axborot almashishga bag'ishlangan harakatlarimiz har ikki mamlakat barqaror taraqqiyot uchun xizmat qiladi. Hurmatli yig'ilish qatnashchilari, endi asosiy mavzularga o'tamiz. Bunga ya'ni yalpi yig'ilishimizni dastlabki navbat Vengriyadagi oliy ta'lim tizimi faoliyati, xususiyatlari, yutuqlari va muammolar, Vengriya va O'zbekiston Respublikasi o'rtasida oliy ta'lim sohasidagi hamkorlik istiqbollari mavzusidagi ma'ruza beriladi. Mazkur ma'ruza Vengriya rektorlar kengashining raisi, etilishi universiteti rektori janob Václav Borki tomonidan taqdim etiladi. Men mamnuniyat bilan so'znomani janob Václav Borkiga beraman.
Уважаемый господин министр Кузьмов, уважаемый ректор МУЗа, уважаемая государственный секретарь Пачай-Томасич, уважаемый посол Венгрии Санту, уважаемые господа, от имени делегации Венгерской ректорской конференции поздравляю и благодарю вас за приглашение в эту прекрасную страну Узбекистан и за возможность представить вам систему венгерского высшего образовательства. Хотя почти все члены венгерской делегации изучали русский когда-то, разрешите мне продолжать мое приглашение представления английского. Спасибо. Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, the history of tertiary education scholarly achievements dates back to the early years of the Middle Ages in Hungary, when in 1367 the first university, the Studium Hungaricum, was established. This institution laid the foundation of the Hungarian Academy and was a key institution in the development of contemporary thinkers from the 14th century. Until 2005, the higher education system of Hungary consisted of 5 to 6 years of university, with the outcome of a university degree or a college degree that required 3 to 4 years of studies in the undivided course of the given Hungarian college. After 2005, the Hungarian government and the education area reorganized the structure of higher education to comply with the standards of the so-called Bologna system. That comprises of 3 levels of courses, beginning with the bachelor, then master's, and the doctoral training. In more details, the following slide illustrates the pyramid-like structure of Hungarian higher education, which is in accordance with the oley system. Children begin their cycle in the education system in the primary school, where they usually stay from age 3 to 6, complete their first 3 years. After that comes the 8 grades of elementary school. They enroll in secondary school from grade 9 to 12. That has 3 options: general secondary school, secondary vocational school, and technical schools for more specialized education. Graduation from secondary school is at the age of 18 or 19 with a maturity exam, where students must choose at least 5 compulsory subjects: mathematics, literature, history, foreign language, and a chosen subject. University entrance depends on the accumulated points of these exams. The tertiary education generally consists of the bachelor's degree, the master's degree, and finally we have PhD or DLA trainings. As you can see from the following slide, there are more than 60, exactly 63 higher education institutions in Hungary that provide the previously mentioned courses in their specialized areas. I would like to mention that the following table illustrates the numbers that will become effective from August 1st this year, since Hungary is in the middle of the transition and organizational reconstruction. From the beginning of August, there will be 6 state-financed institutions left among our members, as many universities are changing to a foundation-based model. After the reconstruction, there will be 21 model-changing institutions, out of which 9 are located in the capital of Hungary, Budapest, and 12 others in major cities in the country. There are 5 universities and 5 colleges that are privately funded, and altogether we have 26 church-maintained member institutions. Out of these, we have 18 colleges with a number of religions and beliefs. All in all, we proud ourselves on the fact that the 63 members institutions of the Hungarian Rectors Conference cover an incredibly wide spectrum of studies and research fields. Apart from the 63 higher education institutions, it's always important to mention the other key stakeholders of the higher education area as well. The Ministry of Innovation and Technology, the Education Authority, along with the Hungarian Accreditation Committee and the Dual Training Council by the Education Authority are the most important administrative organizations. And since higher education should always work closely with the students and academic representation ensured by the National Union of Students in Hungary, the Hungarian Doctor Council, and the Association of Hungarian PhD and PhD students. Finally, the third aspect, the representation of the 63 institutions in the hand of the Hungarian Rectors Conference, which is the sole national and global representative organization of Hungarian higher education institutions. In Hungarian higher education, there are vocational training programs and university or college programs as well. Students can enroll in postgraduate specialized training courses that take 1 to 2 years, and in higher vocational trainings of 2 years. And the university and college education can either begin with the bachelor degree or preparatory courses that are either language or degree focused. The bachelor degree is 3 to 4 years, depending on the field of interest. Master degrees are usually 2 years, however, it's also possible to choose undivided degree courses as well, for example, in the health sciences and medical field. The undivided degree courses are 5 to 6 years, combining the bachelor and master courses in one undivided master's degree. The PhD and DLA training lasts for 4 years, with 2 years courses, and 2 plus 1 year to conduct research and dissertation. In this table, we indicated the number of students in Hungarian higher education between the academic years of 2015 and 2021. Our goal is to provide quality education to the approximately 290,000 students in higher education each year, both on national and on international level. As you can see from this table, the steady increase in the number of international students in Hungary higher education is clearly visible. With the government initiative shifting gears in Hungary higher education, there has been a lot of emphasis on increasing international students' numbers. From about 24,000 students, the number increased to 38,000 international students within 5 years. Regarding cooperation possibilities with our member institutions, we identified 3 important aspects. Beginning with the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship program, which allocated 100 places for Uzbek students to study in Hungary with a full scholarship. Secondly, institutional cooperation is also a feasible option. For example, cooperation in specific fields for research, cooperation in joint degree programs, or short-term programs such as organizing summer university courses. And cooperation is also possible in the framework of the Erasmus Plus program, which provides many opportunities in the Erasmus Plus International Credit Mobility Program and in the Erasmus Plus centralized projects. Talking about the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship for Uzbekistan, out of the 100 places, 60 is for bachelor and master students, 10 for undivided trainings of 5 years, and 30 are allocated for doctoral degree program applicants. Based on the success of the scholarship and according to the new agreement, the quota was increased, as we just have heard, from 30 to 100 places. The latest results of the application period for the academic year 2021-2022, more than 200 students were applied for the program. As I mentioned before, cooperation is also possible in the framework of various Erasmus Plus projects. For example, capacity building in the field of higher education, the 3 Hungarian universities have successful project in Uzbek institutions in recent years. The aim of these projects is to support the modernization of higher education, accessibility, and internationalization. The aim, the Erasmus Mundus Community Masters Program, is to establish high-quality double or joint degrees. Knowledge alliances are result-oriented and emphasize the cooperation in higher education institutions and regional stakeholders. Finally, the Jean Monnet activities focus on education and research in the field of European integration studies. In conclusion, there are a number of opportunities to cooperate with Hungary and the 63 member institutions of the Hungarian Rectors Conference, and sincerely hope that we will have the opportunity to discuss these further during the discussions we will have today. Thank you very much for
Katta rahmat janobi Oslo Borki biza qiziqarli ma'ruzalarimiz uchun ko'p hamkasblar Vengriyaning oliy ta'lim tizimi faoliyatini, xususiyatlari, yutuqlari va muammolar to'g'risida har holda dastlabki ma'lumotga ega bo'ldi. Hurmatli anjuman qatnashchilari, dastur bo'yicha navbatdagi asosiy ma'ruzalardan O'zbekistonda oliy ta'lim rivojlantirishning ustuvor yo'nalishlari, islohotlar samaralari, muammolar va istiqbollar mavzusidagi mavzu uchun so'z Farg'ona politexnika instituti rektori professor Salom Davlatxo'jayevga beriladi. Marhamat, janob Salom.
Dear Chairman, dear His Excellency, our Minister, dear His Excellency Ambassador, dear guests, dear rectors, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to welcome you in this great forum, historical forum. And in contrary to my colleague from Hungary, I will focus my presentation only in very short new history of development of Uzbekistan. So the topic of my presentation is priorities of higher education, the results of the reforms in short period, 4 years, challenge and perspectives for our for development of higher education. So before getting started with presentation, I would like to inform my colleagues and friends from Hungary that Uzbekistan now faced new history and since 2016, in 4 years in Uzbekistan, all socio-economical aspects of and sectors of Uzbekistan has rapid reform. So I would like to present here the phrase of our president. If we would like to see Uzbekistan among the most developed countries, we need rapid reforms, which should be based on the innovative and creative thinking personals. In this perspective, higher education is transformation in higher education is very important. So, and here I present the words of our great philosopher about the education. Education for us is the matter of life or death, salvation or destruction, and happiness or disaster. So you can see that in Uzbekistan, the education has great importance. So first, I would like to focus on the 3 main priorities of transformation of higher education. The first, which coincide with the transformation steps of higher education in the world. First is the providing 4 autonomies, which is the academic, financial, structural, and staffing autonomy for all higher educational institutes. The second step is to introduce credit transfer system, which is mainly based on the European credit transfer system. The third step is the increase the attractiveness of higher educational sector or market of Uzbekistan in the world by participating in the most 4 the world university rankings. So in this step, in 2008, we just started our reforms in higher education, and we faced very serious challenges. And in the first year, you can see the quantitative challenges which the sector of higher education has faced. The first one is the number of higher educational institutes was very restricted. Number of students was around 280,000, which is just 2% of the available young. So number of professors, it means the ratio between professors and students was very low, which means ineffective useness of the professorship in our system. The percentage of coverage by higher education of the youth was 9%. Just 9% of graduates from high school can be accessed to the higher educational institutes. So one of the quantitative challenge was the employment rate, which was graduates can be employed only 55%. So all these challenges at the end was very negatively affected to the ranking of the Uzbekistan in Human Development Index, which is representative of the Human Capital Index. At that time, there was so low. So the second challenge, which is the most serious and it is systematic level. So challenge which was higher education system faced in qualitative. So the most serious and essential challenge was the education sector was highly fragmented. So you can see that this all the data was taken from the report of higher education, report for higher educational sector of the World Bank. So the next one is the transparency in the public data. So, and another essential point was the market of the higher education was closed. So, as I said, University autonomy was really restricted. So, this quantitative and qualitative challenge has to be captured using the report. So, next one. So here we put the main milestones that the system of higher education has faced during just a very short period, 4 years. And to solve, and these milestones is representative of the major change in the higher educational policy in Uzbekistan. So it was to say that during just a very short period, there was more than 100 documents was approved and adopted in order to do the reforms. And here I will show 4 essential milestones. So first is the milestones 1. Milestone 1 is the decree of president, which represents the major starting point of the reforms of Uzbekistan higher education, on which 4 or 5 major, 4 plus 1 major task was settled in order to start the reform. So first is the higher educational institute that I said was very restricted in autonomy. So first, we as a result of this presidential decree, so the market for foreign or private sector was open. The next one is higher educational institute became more academic autonomy. So it means higher educational institute has to change, has to settle the strategic foreign educational institute in order to start reforming their system. So this presidential decree, as I said, was essential, and in order to economically help educational system, the government attract huge investment on the higher educational sector. So in the first diagram, you can see that the available seats or capacity of the high educational institute changed in 4 years about 150%. The second one is purchasing the new modern laboratory for the educational sector, educational institute. So these reforms. So these reforms attract about 4 times higher financial support from the government. You can see in the first diagram, and one of the first financial autonomy of higher education was established in 2020 it was provided for top 10 ranking in national rating. High educational institute was provided by financial autonomies. So most importantly, so the salary of the academic staff increased in 4 years about 4 times. The next milestone was devoted to the integration of the educational sector with the real economy. So there was a 9 direction of strategic direction to cooperate, to integrate higher education with the industry and science. The next milestones, which is one of the important milestones, is giving the flexibility for the programs. At the previous time, the bachelor program was fixed just for 4 years, and the master program for 2 years. So now, adopting the milestones 3, high educational institutes become a bit flexible, and depending on the program, they can choose the bachelor starting from 3 years to 4 years, and master program from 1 year to 2 years. So another point is that attractiveness, in order to increase the attractiveness of high educational institutes, high educational system, the procedure for the admission of the foreign students was very simplified. So in 2020, in September, new law of the Republic of Uzbekistan on education was adopted. And there is 5 major changes was accepted. The first one is that there was a new forms of education, like distance. Before the form of distance education was not acceptable in Uzbekistan. So the distance evening learning, dual, exclusive, and family education has emerged. So the second important point of this law is that the authority who is doing the policy for higher education was established, and this is the Ministry of Higher Education. The fifth milestone is decree of President, and in this decree, the concept of the development of higher educational sector until 2030 was established, and most importantly, 20 indicators, 20 quantitative indicators has been established, set in order to do the reform till the 2030. The first one is the level of coverage by higher education. So we start with, as I said, in 2016, we start with the 9%. So indicator in 2030, the coverage should be 50%, which means graduates from the high school, 50% of graduates can be accepted to the higher educational system. The second one is the number of, as I said previously, the market was very close, and in this concept, the number of non-state or private education should increase one by one, step by step, and reach in 2030 35 private institutes. So here you can see another quantitative indicators which was set in this concept is to increase the number of the professors who has internship in the leading higher educational institutes abroad. From 2% in 2030, it should become 20%. So another point that as I said, the second step was introduction of the credit transfer system in higher education. So in 2019, it was just 35 higher educational institute, and by 2030, it should be 85%. So here you can see the task for future development. So, our minister and chairman mentioned that there was a huge meeting leading by our president, and there was a 7 major directions for the future development. In this meeting, 30 additional higher educational institute has provided by academic and financial autonomy. And credit transfer system based on the European credit transfer system has to be adopted in all higher educational institutes. So, most importantly, the authorities of the Cabinet of Ministry for the policy of the in the field of the higher education has been transferred to the Ministry of Higher Education. So this means the decentralization of the higher educational management. So it's the first time the structural autonomy has been provided for 30 higher educational institutes at the first time. So one of the major outcomes of this meeting was the establishment of the state program for involvement of 10 Uzbek universities to the top 1,000 top 1,000 in the world university ranking, and at least 3 of them should be on the top of 500. Another point is to attract the more financial investment to the system. So there was the task to direct 10% of the investment to the sector and direct it to the higher educational system. So just for short 4-year period, you can see a dramatic change, very rapid change in the quantitative numbers. So as our minister mentioned, the number of higher educational institutes increased in 220% and became 137. But in very short time, we doubled the number of higher education. Number of students also doubled. So number of professors is increasing about 50%, which is very well in order to effective use of the professors. So the percentage of coverage of the young by the higher educational system increased from the 9% to 28% in this year, about more than triple time higher. The assessment system is based on the credit transfer system. And all these results is taking place in the UNESCO Human Development Index, in the Human Capital Index, and now Human Capital Index becomes 0.68, which is very good by now. So in qualitative way, so now the system of education, the control of system of education due to the law on the education, so has been done to the Ministry of Higher Education. The second point is that higher educational institutes become more autonomous. And now, starting from this year, 40 higher educational institutes become academically, financially, and structurally autonomous. And the last slide, I would like to mention, focus on the last diagram, where I put the direction of the cooperation between Uzbekistan higher educational institutes and Hungarian. So we can, this is the opportunity.
Платформу сотрудничества является подписание соглашений о реализации в Узбекистане образовательных программ Ельцинского университета в рамках официального визита в Узбекистан премьер-министра Венгрии господина ƙўплаба. Стоит подчеркнуть, что в Узбекистане проводится последовательная и широкомасштабная работа по улучшению качества образования, предоставлению молодежи образования, направленного на развитие компетенций, практических навыков, подготовки специалистов, идущих в ногу с прогрессом. По инициативе президента Республики Узбекистан с 2017 года начал свою деятельность Государственной инспекции по надзору за качеством образования при Кабинете министров Республики Узбекистан. Эта организация является специальным уполномоченным органом, реализующим государственную политику в области контроля за качеством образовательно-воспитательного процесса. Под руководством президента нашей страны проводятся широкомасштабные реформы в сфере образования, приняты ряд концепций по системе непрямого образования, в частности по системе высшего образования, выше об этом говорилось, намечены амбициозные планы по развитию высшего образования. И первые шаги в этом направлении были нацелены на увеличение охвата высшего образования, улучшение финансового состояния институтов и университетов, материальную поддержку профессоров и преподавателей, укрепление учебно-методической базы и многое-многое другое. Об этом, в частности, министр высшего и среднего образования, среднего профессионального образования об этом упомянул. В прошлом году был принят закон об образовании в новой редакции Узбекистана, который был высоко оценен ведущими мировыми экспертами в системе образования. Данный закон был разработан совместно с международными экспертами, изучив опыт более 20 развитых стран, и мы постарались охватить многие аспекты системы образования с учетом международных стандартов. Также на основе опыта определения рейтинга мировых вузов и ведущих мировых рейтинговых агентств разработана национальная система рейтинга, охватывающая основные индикаторы ведущих мировых рейтинговых агентств. Кроме того, ведется сегодня работа по международному признанию вузов нашей страны, в частности, процесса аккредитации и аттестации вузов, гармонизован не только с государственными стандартами, но и с международными. Сегодня наша организация, Государственная инспекция по надзору за качеством образования, является представителем и наблюдателем Международной Европейской ассоциации качества образования, ИНПЕ. И мы в настоящее время в качестве наблюдателя ведем интенсивную работу в этом направлении. В будущем нашей целью является поэтапная интеграция в Болонский процесс, присоединение к международным конвенциям. Сейчас мы работаем над ратификацией конвенции Токийской, Лиссабонской, глобальной конвенции. Мы стремимся добиться международного признания дипломов, выданных университетами нашей страны. Уважаемые участники сегодняшнего совещания, актуальные задачи, стоящие перед системой высшего образования республики, необходимо решать, руководствуясь приоритетной политикой государства в системе образования, ориентированной на сохранение и развитие национальных и исторических ценностей, национального опыта, а также на их модернизации с учетом прогрессивного опыта развитых стран в данной сфере. В некоторых важных вопросах Узбекистан мог бы расширить взаимовыгодное сотрудничество с Венгрией, в частности, установление между госинспекцией тесных контактов с венгерскими органами политики в области образования, такими как управление образования, Венгерский комитет по аккредитации для реализации осуществляемых реформ в области высшего образования с привлечением венгерских экспертов. Сегодня нам президент также поставил задачу изучения современного опыта в системах непрерывного образования, в системе народного образования, это школы, по системе профессионального образования. Мы сегодня очень активно работаем со многими странами, с Германией, с Финляндией, Швейцарией и другими странами. И надеюсь, что с Венгрией у нас тоже будут в этом направлении очень широкие, расширенные действия. Расширение сотрудничества в научной сфере для нас очень важно, чтобы между нашими научными школами были тесные связи с научными школами венгерских университетов. Повышение академической репутации образовательных организаций, создание условий для развития академической мобильности студентов и профессорско-преподавательского состава. Надеемся, что сегодняшняя встреча послужит всем важным шагом в развитии двусторонних отношений. Намеченные задачи будут успешно осуществлены. Внедрение опыта Венгрии в систему образования позволит готовить достойных кадров для экономических и социальных сфер Узбекистана. Я хочу еще раз поблагодарить вас, поблагодарить Улкамизга за организацию данного мероприятия. Я хотел бы сказать, что отметить еще раз, что данный вуз является сегодня флагманом в развитии высшего образования у нас в республике. Этот вуз имеет очень большие традиции. И сегодня, кроме того, кўплаб возглавляет именно общественный совет по развитию высшего образования в республике. Я надеюсь, что наша совместная работа позволит нам повысить качество образования как у нас в республике и, конечно же, достижение больших результатов в Венгрии. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for your kind invitation. It's the very first time for me being in Uzbekistan, and I'm happy to be here. Let me shortly introduce our concept, a new concept on non-profit-based, foundation-based working model, which is actually the most common new model, not only for our university, but also other 21. So, Semmelweis University is one of the oldest medical schools in Europe. We have our first faculty since 250 years. In 1955, Faculty of Dentistry and Faculty of Pharmacy were established. And exactly at our 200th anniversary, our university was named Semmelweis University in honor of Ignaz Semmelweis. Three other faculties, everything is about health science and public health, Faculty of Health Sciences, Faculty of Health and Public Services. And in the last 4 years, we had a new faculty, the Habilitation and Rehabilitation Program was merged with the university as a faculty. In 2019 and 2020, we had actually our anniversary, which had some difficulties because the pandemic reached, of course, all Europe. In 2021, from the 1st of August, we are just on the way to change our new models. What about Ignaz Semmelweis? Hungarian physician Ignaz Semmelweis was an early pioneer of aseptic procedure. He discovered in 1847 that the incidence of puerperal fever could be drastically reduced to below 1% by the use of hazing fraction. It's also an extremely important method just against the COVID pandemic. In 2013, the UNESCO recorded him in the list of the world's most memorable persons. The name of Semmelweis is a historic trademark that obliges the university to provide the highest quality of education, scientific performance, and patient care. As I already mentioned, this is a very special 2 years containing the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a jubilee full of challenges. If you look at a university, always need to respond to challenges. 1840, that was the War of Independence against Austria. 1914, the World War, Spanish flu, economic crisis, bombing, Hungarian Revolution, and as already mentioned, 2020 and 21, Semmelweis University played an important role in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. The Semmelweis University was the flagship. The Semmelweis University is a very special university which has threefold mission: education, research, innovation, and healthcare. Based on our 250 years of tradition on our commitment to protect and restore people's health, we aim to place Semmelweis at the global forefront in fields of medical health, science, higher education, research, innovation, and patient care. Several speakers already spoke about the importance of ranking. Semmelweis University vision is to become one of the top 100 universities in the world and one of the top 5 biomedical universities in Europe. We aim to realize this by providing world-class theoretical, practical, medical, and health science education, producing outstanding research output in basic translational and clinical research, and carrying out cutting-edge healthcare services with great emphasis on clinical training, which is the most important thing in healthcare. Where we are now, just have a look among the top universities. Semmelweis University is actually among the top 10 in the category of good health and well-being. Among the top 250 university clinical and health subject according to Times Higher Education ranking. Among the top 250 universities in the world in the field of medicine, among the top 300 universities in the world in the fields of life sciences and medicine, according to the subject ranking, among the top 300, 400 universities in the fields of life sciences. And if you look at, for example, very important disciplines like cardiology and cardiovascular, and I am personally a cardiologist, we are among the top 100 universities in the field of cardiology and cardiovascular system. So that's why our important ranking is always important. We have 11,000 students in 6 faculties, Our students to faculty ratio is 9:1. 35% internationals, mostly German, and also from all over the world, 70 countries. We have 8,500 employees, 4,500 physicians and healthcare professionals. We provide healthcare for 2.5 million medical cases annually. Next. So, as I already mentioned, we have 6 faculties: Faculty of Medicine, Dentistry, Pharmacy, Health Sciences, Health and Public Services, and András Pető Faculty for Conductive Education. The School of PhD Student Studies, 7 doctoral school, or diploma worldwide recognized, international multicultural student community, and of course we have a considerable international alumni network. If you look at the history of international education, from 1983 we have German language. From 1989, English language. For programs level are BSc, Bachelor, MD, MSc, PhD. And we have also not only campuses in Hungary, but also internationally in Hamburg, Germany, in Lugano, Switzerland, and in Bratislava, Slovakia. Next. We should be excellence in research and innovation, basic translational and clinical research. Over 1,000 researchers and more than 300 research groups, providing 2,200 publications, a total impact factor around 4,500 annually. Our main fields of scientific activity is molecular biology, cardiovascular disorders, central nervous system, endocrinology, oncology, bioimaging, biotechnology, digital biomarkers, big data, pharmaceutical research, translational research, and regenerative medicine. Next. We are the largest healthcare provider in Hungary. 40 university institutes, clinical departments are working together in one university hospitals. We have over 8,000 employees, cover 6% of the Hungary's total healthcare need. 4,500 physicians, 200,000 outpatients, and 12,000 inpatients monthly, which is extremely important for our clinical education and also for our clinical research. More than 2,600 beds and handling about 2.5 million cases annually. Since its foundation, Semmelweis University pays special attention to the continuous development and expansion of its healthcare services, and it places great emphasis on clinical practical training. This is supported by the new curriculum, serving an even better balance of clinical practice and theoretical education. Next. Where do we go from here? Next. Our strategical goals in education: by 2030, Semmelweis University will become one of the top 5 biomedical universities in Europe and one of the top 100 universities in total in the world. We aim to train Europe best doctors, dentists, pharmacists, conductors, healthcare managers, health professionals, and other related professionals with strong practical skill and real clinical experience built upon a strong theoretical foundation. Medical training superpowered in the EU, serving as the first choice for international students who plan to study in the region. We are the most popular university in Central Eastern Europe for medical science. We aim to adapt dynamically to new trends in higher education, continuously improve our international market position, competitiveness, and international higher education market. Semmelweis University International Medical Education is one of Hungary's competitive export products, which also generate significant revenue at national level. What about research and innovation? Increasing the quality, efficiency, volume, income generating capacity of scientific activity, and boosting R&D and activities capacity to generate market revenue. implement healthcare and pharmaceutical development on the basis of the university research innovation activity involving resourcing from international corporate sectors, create nationally coordinated health innovation and export centers similar to Singapore and Copenhagen. Significantly increased research performance of Semmelweis University in the field of translational and clinical research through patient-centered industry collaboration with domestic and international partners. One very important issue. Take on a leading role on the database support of health and health industry in research innovation activity based on health data, etc. And in the development and dissemination of medical artificial intelligence solution and e-health. Next. Strategy goals, healthcare, development and application of a career model performance-based incentive system for medical doctors. Ensure that medical departments provide the highest level of practical training and hold a position as Hungary's largest healthcare institution. Brand organization, internationalization of healthcare services, and active role participation in the development and shaping domestic health policy. We should serve as an educational scientific base. A scientific base of the epidemic management. The clinical patient care will be renewed, increasing the safety and trust of the Hungarian population in the healthcare system by widening the publicly funded healthcare fully. How will the model change support us in reaching our goals? So we have a new system and model changing, which demonstrate our Semmelweis University will be not anymore a state university from the 1st of August. It will be a non-profit organization. The model change will provide universities the opportunity to take off the shackles that have been holding them back and free up new energies to the overly bureaucratic current system. Unfortunately, every state university has to fight against bureaucratic system. The state will nevertheless remain present in the university's operation and financing of higher education in the future as well. The Hungarian Parliament passed the law related to the model change in higher education, including the law on public interest trust foundation in the end of April 2021. The model change is a very important step in the renewal of higher education. It is the biggest change of the past 30 years in higher education in Hungary. Under the new system, the state as controlling authority will be replaced by a public interest trust foundation and its board. Semmelweis University will operate under the control of such a foundation as of August 1st, 2021. The new foundation will be called Foundation for National Healthcare and Medical Education. Why is the model change necessary? As I already mentioned, every state university had to fight against the bureaucratic system. We have, as any other universities in Central Eastern Europe, outdated infrastructure and fragmented real estate properties. We had, as every university has, lack of financial resources, slow and complicated procurement processes, hindered the establishment of large-scale projects and the achievement of strategic development. Slow adaptation process was also very difficult for state universities. Difficulties to stand ground in the increased competition in the international higher education our university has a significant fraction of international students. High administrative burdens and lack of teaching infrastructure in clinical departments which should be changed. The model change can provide a new direction for the future and creates an opportunity to put the university on a new dynamic development path. The current operating framework limits the university's proactive adaptation to the global higher education market. The participation in world-class international research activities, the modernization of clinical patient care. In this framework, the university has reached the limit of its development. That's why the model change is necessary. To optimize the university's operating framework, making it more flexible, increase its competitiveness and reliability. So what about the characteristic of the foundation-based working model? Follows international tendencies. Instead of the state, the foundation will exercise the founder's right and procedural application. Its board of trustees will accept the budget, the annual report, the organizational and operational regulation, and be responsible for the institution development and asset management. More response to the market requirements, public employee status will switch to normal. Performance will be given greater emphasis. The main goal to increase flexibility, raise competitiveness, and reliability. The expected benefit, university-owned infrastructure. The university will no longer be maintained by the state, wider maneuvering room in managing all assets. The buildings and infrastructure not directly owned by the state will be transferred to the ownership of the university. Development of infrastructural background as a chance. Next. Other expected benefit, increased independence in management, more freedom in financial management, more flexible procedural and procurement roles, decrease in administrative burden, simplified decision-making mechanism, longer-term strategy, more predictable action plan, efficient use of the gradually increasing funds. Renewed human resource strategy, new type of employment, possibilities to motivate, develop, and incentivize employees, performance rating system, 15% salary increase in two-step, own selection instead of mandatory tendering, guarantees to prevent employees from losing rights or benefits, re-employment opportunity of pensioners, age-based discrimination will disappear, wider opportunities provided by career model programs. Next. Further benefit, training the best medical and health science experts in Europe, competitive curriculum adapted to the challenge of the 21st century, which is extremely important in healthcare. Keeping pace with international higher education, increasing more flexible responsiveness to students, further increase of the number of international students, modernization of the student community placing and sport facilities. The change will not affect the type, composition, or size of the state finance training program. It is extremely important. Improved quality of social security finance, patient care, modernization, even wider portfolio, faster procurement processes supporting the development of the infrastructure. And what about LPI? Wider international collaboration, increased investment, current grant programs will be continued. We had the chance, a similar chance with state universities, simplification of the contracting process, easier acquisition and equipment, and increased vendors' revenue. Next. The new operating form will contribute to creating a world-class university in the field of medical and health sciences, becoming a strong pillar of the Hungarian healthcare and epidemic management, which was shown during the pandemic. And it will strengthen Semmelweis University's crucial role as an internationally competitive flagship institution of higher education in Hungary. The model change will support Semmelweis University in realizing its strategic goal, and it is the prerequisite to become one of the top 100 universities in the world and one of the top 5 European universities until 2030. Next. So these are the members of the board of the foundation, which will help the university. Just to mention, the president is actually the CEO of Richter pharmaceutical company, which has a very important role in Hungary, and which is the highest pharmaceutical and biggest pharmaceutical company in Central East. We also have members from US Mayo Clinic as well. And one dean and the rector is also a member. I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
o'xshash masalalar juda ko'p. Har xil universitetlari, jumladan davlat universitetlari rektorlari menimcha juda yaxshi xulosalar va taassurotlar olsa kerak. Hurmatli hamkasblar, xonimlar va janoblar, oliy ta'lim sohasidagi tomonlama hamkorlikning dolzarb masalalariga bag'ishlangan 4 ta asosiy mavzularni eshitdik. Meni nazarimda ular juda qiziqarli masalalarga to'xtalib, mamlakatimiz o'rtasida ta'lim sohasidagi aloqalarni yanada rivojlantirish bo'yicha takliflarni ilgari surdi. Jumladan oxirgi mavzudagi Vengriya universiteti, shu jumladan janob Merkel boshqaruvidagi universitetning transformatsiyasi, professor Salom aytgandek, bizdagi shu oliy ta'lim masalalarining transformatsiyasiga o'xshab ketadi va bu yerda juda ko'p fikrlar almashishga imkoniyat maqsadga muvofiq deb hisoblayman. Endi muhokamaga o'tsak, hurmatli, kim so'zga chiqmoqchi, o'zini fikrini bildirmoqchi yoki ma'ruzachilarga savol bermoqchi. Mana ikkita ma'ruzachi prezidiumda o'tiribdi, savol o'tiribdi, tayyor javob berishga. Marhamat, endi savollar bor. Hozir mikrofonlar tayyor. Kerakli odamlar bo'ladi. Odatda hammamiz ham o'qituvchimiz. Savollar bormi deb talabaga javob bersak, indamay turganda ikkita variant bo'lishi mumkin. Yoki hamma narsa tushunarli, savollar yo'q. Yoki hech narsani tushunmadik, shuning uchun savol. Menimcha ikkinchi bo'lmasa kerak. Kimda savollar bor yoki so'zga chiqmoqchi bo'lsalar, bizning hurmatli rektorlarimiz o'zlarini fikrini bildirsa. Mana oxirgi universitet bo'lsa uchun meditsinaga bag'ishlangan. Mana bu yerda tibbiyot universitetlarida rektor marhamat.
Please. A question regarding the system in Uzbekistan. My question is important because clinical education and the translation of research and clinical research became even more and more important in the last few years in the field of medicine. If you are a medical university, or if you have a medical faculty, you the ads can provide. Because it is a very modern question. There are countries in which the universities are owning the medical facilities and they provide healthcare. But there are also examples in which what is the situation?
Если можно, savol quyidagida iborat agar sizlar eshitmagan bo'lsalaringiz. Demak, O'zbekistondagi meditsina universitetlaridagi klinikalar kimga tegishli? Bevosita universitetgami yoki umuman davlatda yoki vazirlik huzurlarmi yoki xususiymi? Marhamat, o'zingizni tanishtiring.
Rahmat katta, assalomu alaykum. Вамберининг, Toshkentский педиатрический институт. Faqatgina bizani demak 11 ta oliy ta'lim muassasamiz bor. Meditsinskiy muassasada. Shularda aksariyatida o'zini klinikasi bor. Endi o'zlarida yo'q. O'zini klinikasi borda bu klinika demak institut tasarruf qiladi. Это собственная клиника университета. Ташкентский педиатрический институт. Если будет интересно, я помогу вам. Большая клиника, это Ташкентская медицинская академия. Там у них очень большая клиника. Это, наверное, как у вас, так 3000 человек. Я сколько?
Yana qanaqa savollar bor? Albatta, ishimdan keyin abituriyentlardan keyin seksiyada ko'proq savollar bo'ladi. Mana aytganimdek asosiy bilgilarni
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. У меня вопрос такого плана. Я возглавляю медицинский институт Казахстана, который находится в регионе Оршоля. Это центр кризиса. И у меня такой план, что в Венгрии очень агрессивная программа по решению экологических проблем. Будучи региональным институтом, медицинским, у меня нет такого плана. Сейчас по заданию нашего руководства у нас проводят очень большие программы по организации реформы практики, в том числе по решению экологических проблем. Как вы знаете, на 75-й ассамблее ООН была резолюция о признании региона ТИХХММИ зоной инновационных технологий. У меня вопрос, нам очень хотелось развить сотрудничество и принять опыт решения экологических проблем, связанных с экологией здоровья, из опыта венгерских вузов. Дело в том, что по заданию по специальному постановлению готовится сейчас Центр окружающей среды экологии при медицинском институте кўплаб. Главной целью, которой является разработка научных инновационных программ нового по решению проблем, связанных с влиянием отрицательных экологических факторов на здоровье, а также обширные образовательные программы в этом плане. У меня интересен будет вопрос содействия развитию именно решению, использованию новых технологий, решению влияния экологических факторов на здоровье человека. Спасибо большое.
Я думаю, было бы правильно, если я ответил на этот вопрос, потому что речь идет экология и здоровье.
we are a medical university which 6 faculties do not attach actually ecological problems. There is a centralization program regarding agriculture. So recently we created a huge Hungarian agriculture ecological university. Actually the clear task just to go ahead research and development and biotechnology helping us for future, not only future, present program and programs regarding the crisis. So I can improve Professor Gulza, unfortunately, but I can over message from you that we are ready for cooperation. These are really extremely large monopole agriculture and topic-based university.
Параллельно вопросы придется пойти на работу. Вот следующая делегация тогда будет, и отдельно университет именно экологическими вопросами, и в том числе непосредственно связь экологии со здоровьем. Я думаю, такой чемодан.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate so much these initiatives, and we will be very glad to visit and develop cooperation with this university. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Arkadaşlar, bir soru vardı. Onun talim kısmının transformasyası boyunca iki tane yaşlı prezentasyonlar vermiştim. Özbekistan tamamında iyi bana profesyonel profesörümüz bu tıbbiyo ҳаракати тобиёти трансформатсия. Az so'rashga iboratki qanchalik muvofiqlashtirilgan mana hozirgi xalqaro oliy ta'lim tizimidagi tadbirkorlik universitet degan tushuncha bor. Ya'ni o'sha ilmiy faoliyatni ijobatlashtirish universitetning eng katta bir qismidan iborat. Ya'ni universitet umumiy ta'limdan bo'laroq bu ilmiy faoliyat bilan shug'ullanadi. Ilmiy faoliyat natijasida o'quv jarayoniga tatbiq etiladi. Mana shu jihatdan bu yerda qanday ishlar muvofiqlashtirilgan yoki bu universitetlarning o'ziga berilgan?
Even a non-profit organization, foundation, providing excellent work. Of course, we need the help of the government. Science parks. These are very special parks. It's a very special place in which universities and, of course, companies can work together and they can really initiate translational science, even biotechnological science, which is extremely important just to be together. So for those of the your medical departments, science farm, by the government, and of course we initiate scientific work and also we facilitate research development and also innovation on that field. It's also important to work, especially in the field of medicine, that we move from basic to translational research and platform to product change whatever they do. So they are able to change it and do new products and national levels passionate.
Assalamualaikum, hurmatli rais, hurmatli mehmonlar. To'g'ri so'zlarni Muhammadiyevich, Toshkent davlat texnika universiteti rektori. Men janob Rasulov o'tiriga savol bermoqchi edim. Ma'ruzalarda mana shu Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalarida metodologiya, konchilik sohalari bo'yicha mutaxassislar tayyorlanishi. Mana shu bilamizki, nazariy bilimlarni amaliy ko'nikmalar bilan doimo mustahkamlash kerak. Amaliyot masalalari qanday tashkil qilingan ana shu oliy ta'lim muassasalarida.
Thank you very much for this question. The system was introduced in different universities which are now connected with the technology. So the practice education is integrated into their educational program, and in cooperation with industrial companies, they have to realize short-term or long-term practices integrated into the companies, and they become their credits for the practical which is integrated. So this is a so-called dual system, double system, cooperation with industrial entrepreneurs and universities. This is against cooperation mostly with the universities and universities to the industry. But there are also universities which are not so industrial entrepreneurs, like practical projects, geophysics, geology, or subjects even in philological. I'm representing archaeology, which practice practical work in museums or state collections. This is integrated into the educational process.
Katta rahmat sizga beraman. Rahmat yana kimlik savollar? Mesela savollar yo'qsa hozircha hurmatli anjuman qatnashchilari, siz dasturimiz bo'yicha bir necha minutdan so'ng o'zaro anlashuv memorandumlar imzolanadi. 5 minut, 7 minut tanaffus maydonga chiqib, ko'ngil suv va boshqa
Начинается церемония подписания документов в рамках первого форума ректоров Узбекистана и Венгрии. We are starting the ceremony of signing documents within the framework of the first forum of rectors of Uzbekistan and Hungary. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании об академическом обмене между Ташкентским институтом инженеров ирригации и механизации сельского хозяйства и Будапештским университетом технологии и экономики приглашаются первый проректор Ташкентского института инженеров ирригации и механизации сельского хозяйства профессор Мирзаев Бахадыр Сулюнович и проректор Будапештского университета технологий и экономики доктор Лица Балаш Надь. Let me invite for signing the memorandum of the Let me invite for signing the memorandum of understanding on academic exchange between Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers and Budapest University of Technology and Economics, the first Vice Rector of Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers, Professor Bakater Mirzaev, and Vice Rector of Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Dr. Prince Balázs Nagy. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Ташкентским фармацевтическим институтом и университетом Дебрецена приглашаются проректор Ташкентского фармацевтического института, профессор Нармахаматов Надравек Сахабаталиевич и проректор по развитию сельскохозяйственных инноваций и образования университета Дебрецена доктор Эндре Харшани. Let me invite to sign the memorandum of understanding between Tashkent Pharmaceutical Institute and University of Debrecen, Vice Rector of Tashkent Pharmaceutical Institute, Professor Nadrali Narmahamatov, and Vice Rector for Agricultural Innovation and Education Development of the University of Debrecen, Dr. Endre Harshani. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Туринским политехническим университетом в Ташкенте и университетом Эдверша Лоранда приглашаются ректор Туринского политехнического университета в Ташкенте доктор Инаятхошаев Джамшид Сухратуллаевич и проректор университета Эдверша Лоранда доктор Ибрахим Амар. Let me invite to signing the memorandum of understanding between Turin Polytechnic University in Tashkent and Edvers Lorand University, Rector of Turin Polytechnic University in Tashkent, Dr. Jamshid Inayat Khojayev, and Vice Rector of the Edvers Lorand University, Dr. Ibrahim Hamar. для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании об академическом обмене между Ташкентским институтом инженеров ирригации и механизации сельского хозяйства и университета СОБРОН приглашаются первый проректор Ташкентского института инженеров ирригации и механизации сельского хозяйства профессор Мирзаев Бахадыр Суюлевич и проректор университета СОБРОН профессор доктор Атила Борович. Let me invite for signing the memorandum of understanding on academic exchange between Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers, the first Vice Rector of Tashkent Institute of Irrigation and Agricultural Mechanization Engineers, Professor Bakadir Mirzaev, and Vice Rector of University of Sabran, Professor Dr. Atila Borovich. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Туринским политехническим университетом в Ташкенте и университетом Дебрецена приглашаются ректор Туринского политехнического университета в Ташкенте доктор Инаят Хаджаев Джамшид Шухратулаевич и проректор по развитию сельскохозяйственных инноваций и образования университета Дебрецена доктор Эндре Фаршани. Let me invite for signing the memorandum of understanding between Turin Polytechnic University in Tashkent and University of Debrecen, Rector of Turin Polytechnic University in Tashkent, Dr. Jamshid Inayat Hojayev, and Vice Rector for Agricultural Innovation and Education Development of the University of Debrecen, Dr. Andre Harshan. Для подписания соглашения о культурном, образовательном и научном сотрудничестве между Наманганским государственным университетом и университетом этилиши приглашаются проректор по науке и инновациям Наманганского государственного университета Кадырханов Муратхан Рашидханович и проректор университета этилиши доктор Имре Хама. Let me invite for signing the agreement of cultural, educational, and scientific cooperation between Namangan State University and the Edward Laurent University, Vice Rector for Science and Innovation of Namangan State University, Muratхан Kadarkhanov, and Vice Rector of the Edward Laurent University, Dr. Ibrahim Hamad. для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Ташкентским финансовым институтом и университетом Дебрецена приглашаются ректор Ташкентского финансового института профессор Тешабаев Тургин Закирович и проректор по развитию сельскохозяйственных инноваций и образования университета Дебрецена доктор Эндре Харшани. Let me invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Tashkent Institute of Finance and University of Debrecen, Rector of the Tashkent Institute of Finance, Professor Turgin Tishabayev, and Vice Rector for Agricultural Innovation and Education Development of the University of Debrecen, Dr. Endre Harshani. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Ферганским государственным университетом и университетом Этилиша Рванда приглашаются ректор Ферганского государственного университета доктор Шермухамадов Бахадырджан Шермухамадович и проректор университета Этилиша Рванда доктор Имре Хамад. Let me invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Fergana State University and Etilish University, Rector of Fergana State University, Dr. Bahadurjan Shermuhammadov, and Vice Rector of Etilish University, Dr. Imre Hamad. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании об академическом обмене между Ташкентским архитектурно-строительным институтом и Будапештским университетом технологии и экономики приглашаются ректор Ташкентского архитектурно-строительного института Хакимов Равшан Рашидович и проректор Будапештского университета технологии и экономики доктор Вице-Бабаш Надь. Let me invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding on Academic Exchange between Tashkent Institute of Architecture and Civil Engineering and Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Rector of Tashkent Institute of Architecture and Civil Engineering, Moshan Hakimov, and Vice Rector of the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Dr. Nils Balash Nag. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании и сотрудничестве между Каршинским инженерно-экономическим институтом и Будапештским университетом технологии и экономики приглашаются ректор Каршинского инженерно-экономического института Базаров Арифчан Шалиевич и проректор Будапештского университета технологии и экономики доктор Вице-Бабаш Надь. Let me invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation between Karshi Engineering Economics Institute and Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Rector of Karshi Engineering Economics Institute, Arifjan Mazarov, and Vice Rector of the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, Dr. Luis Badash Nag. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Каршинским государственным университетом и университетом Эдвёша Лоранда приглашаются ректор Каршинского государственного университета профессор Набиев Дильмурод Хамидуллаевич и проректор университета Эдвёша Лоранда доктор Имре Хамар. Let me invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Karshi State University and Edwards Lorand University, Rector of Karshi State University, Professor Dilbarov Nabiev, and Vice Rector of the Edwards Lorand University, Dr. Ibrahim Hamar. Подписывают меморандум о взаимопонимании между Каршинским государственным университетом и университетом Эдварда Лоранда, ректор Каршинского государственного университета профессор Набиев Дилмурод Хамидуллаевич и проректор университета Эдварда Лоранда доктор Имре Хамар. для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании и сотрудничестве между Каршинским инженерно-экономическим институтом и университетом Дебрецена приглашаются ректор Каршинского инженерно-экономического института Базаров Арифчан Шалиевич и проректор по развитию сельскохозяйственных инноваций и образования университета Дебрецена доктор Н.П. Харшани. Then we invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation between Karshi Engineering Economics Institute and University of Debrecen, Rector of Karshi Engineering Economics Institute, Arifjan Bazarov, and Vice Rector for Agricultural Innovation and Education Development of the University of Debrecen, Dr. Andrei Arshani. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании и сотрудничестве между Национальным университетом Узбекистана и университетом этилиши Лоранда приглашаются ректор Национального университета Узбекистана Инон Гуличевич Маджидов и проректор университета этилиши Лоранда доктор Имре Хамад. Then we invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation between National University of Uzbekistan and University of Debrecen, Rector of National and University of Uzbekistan, Inom Majidov, and Vice Rector of University Edward Soran, Dr. Imre Hamad. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Ташкентским химико-технологическим институтом и университетом Дебрецена приглашаются ректор Ташкентского химико-технологического института доктор Батыр Усманов и проректор по развитию сельскохозяйственных инноваций и образования университета Дебрецена доктор Andrei Harshani. Then we invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Tashkent Chemical Technological Institute and University of Debrecen, Rector of Tashkent Chemical Technological Institute, Dr. Batır Usmanov, and Vice Rector for Agricultural Innovation and Education Development of University of Debrecen, Dr. Andrei Arshani. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Каршинским государственным университетом и университетом Сейчене приглашаются ректор Каршинского государственного университета профессор Набиев Дилмурод Хамидуллаевич и проректор по учебной части университета Сечени доктор Эстер Лукаш. Let me invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Kashi State University and University of Europe, Rector of Kashi State University, Professor Dilmurad Nabiev, and Vice Rector for Educational Affairs of University of Europe, Dr. Esther Lukash. Для подписания меморандума о взаимопонимании между Ташкентским педиатрическим медицинским институтом и университетом Семенвейса приглашаются ректор Ташкентского педиатрического медицинского института профессор Таминов Батыр Тургунпулатович и ректор университета Семенвейса доктор Пэла Меркели. Let me invite for signing the Memorandum of Understanding between Tashkent Pediatric Medical Institute and Semmelweis University, Rector of Tashkent Pediatric Medical Institute, Professor Batır Taminov, and Rector of Semmelweis University, Dr. Bella Merkeli.
Anjuman qatnashchilari, biz mana ikkinchi qismda nimaga mazasimizni ikkinchi qismini ham yakunladik. Hozir barcha hamkasblar, do'stlar va ishtirokchilarini chiqib, demak shu pastga tushib, binoga kirish joyida, ertalab kirish joylaringizda, demak hammamiz birgalikda esdalik uchun rasmga tushamiz. Bundan keyin demak bolalar hammasi ko'rsatadi, borib tushlikka o'tamiz. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat. Hammamiz pastga o'tamiz.
This session meetings, and first of all, I would like to introduce our short requirement. There will be whole session will be provided here, and for presentation we give 10 minutes. After session end presentation, we can ask question from presenters. For this, we give 5 minutes for each presentation. Presenter. And first presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Zoltan Dubekci, the Secretary General of Hungarian Rectors Conference.
So here it's the
There is only clear format here. No, in the
because it didn't work well. It will be nice. I think that
sorry.
So the design did not look the same.
İkincisini siz özünüz oturup başka çiziyorsunuz. Bundan kim çıksa script рабочий стол что?
It's fine now? It's the same.
Okay.
Dear colleagues, I'd like to introduce our CPS credit system, our national higher education system. And first of all, I'd like to show you how we use this system. So, the story, what is the story behind it? It started almost 25 years ago. Almost 25 years ago, in 1996, with a feasibility study on adopting ECTS scheme in Hungarian higher education. In an Erasmus-funded joint project, experts of the Hungarian Rectors Conference examined the feasibility of the then pilot ECTS initiative in Hungary and concluded that it should be adapted to facilitate international linkages and made recommendations to the Ministry of Education. So it started 25 years ago, and then they had a World Bank loan program focusing on higher education. And during the preparation of the program, the Hungarian and American experts showed that credit could be a vehicle to help modernize the rigid curricula and make them more flexible. Therefore, one of the important points of the program was development of a credit system. In 1998, a government decree made it compulsory for the universities to use the credit system within 4 years and to apply the key features of ECTS, which is 1 credit equal 30 hours workload and 1 semester enrolled with 30 credits. In 1999, an expert body, the National Credit Council, was set up to coordinate the introduction of the credit system and support the universities. This body, the National Credit Council, was one of the, during these times, one of the working groups and then one of the committees of the Hungarian Rectors Conference. From 2002 till 2010,
follow up surveys on actual use of the credit system in the national higher education system. I'd like to highlight what is the rationale of the Hungarian credit system. The compatibility to ECTS, the key features ensures comparability with other ECTS using higher education institutes, facilitates the portability and recognition of credits earned by students. Also important, expressing curricula and units in credits makes it possible to compare different degree programs and courses on the basis of the volumes of learning they require. Since 2006, cycles and degree programs are defined in terms of credits in the legislation also, giving universities greater flexibility in designing their curricula. The credit system increases the responsibility of students for their own learning, as they have to set their own study plans. They can choose to progress more slowly or more quickly if they want. The credit itself, the credit index, makes it comparable to the students' learning effort, and the pace of their progress can be easily monitored. And what are the results of the introduction of the credit system? After 10, 15 years of its introduction, the whole higher education system understands and uses credits to organize the learning and to recognize the learning made as well, either in Hungary or outside Hungary also. Academic staff use credits to coordinate degree programs with partner universities, in joint courses, in cooperation, for example, in the European University Initiative. The curricula itself has become more flexible, albeit slowly. Students can plan their studies independently and easily take courses at other institutions and recognize credits earned there. I'd like to highlight also not just the rationale, but also the challenges we are still facing. To tell the truth, curricula have remained rigid and fragmented for a long time. They are still made of too many subjects or units and give students too little freedom of choice. We haven't adopted fully the European curricular reforms. Large units with high credit value, high level of optionality. So comparability of curricula and recognition of credits done by students abroad is again becoming increasingly difficult. Recognition of credits earned abroad is happening at the subject unit level, focusing on the identities of content judged by professors. This leads to many negative decisions, which discourages students to go mobile. A few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, the Hungarian Rectors Conference formed a working group on adopting credits from the European countries and compared with other European systems. And the result of this survey was that we should introduce more adaptive system. I mean, to recognize more credits and easier procedures should be introduced to recognize and to adopt the foreign credits. The credit system brings the permanent study group structure of the students. This is also a challenge. If the higher education institutes doesn't encourage to set up students group in different other bases, for example, interest-based student groups, many students will find it harder to integrate into university life and get poor support for learning. So it's also a challenge to find or relevant groups to set up different student groups on different bases instead of, for example, find classmates and so on. And some challenges we are still facing. Students who tend to procrastinate easily fall behind on the more flexible framework of the credit system. Thus, they need an effective advisory and support system, which is not operating well in some of the universities. In its absence, the dropout rate can be easily higher than we can accept. University management, because it seems to be a good measure of progress, tends to misuse credits. For example, to track academic staff's teaching loads, which damages the credibility of the credit system. And some recommendations from our side for the introduction of the credit system. The introduction of the credit system is not a goal, but should be a tool that can support the achievement of academic goals. So it's not a goal, but a tool. For example, its introduction can be best served or support curricular reforms and the development of partnerships between students and teachers. It is worth paying particular attention to ensuring that academic and management staff have a good understanding of the purpose of the reform and the role of credit system in its adoption and supportive use. The introduction of the credit system should be accompanied by the introduction of an extensive learning guidance service to help students plan their individual learning paths. In order to improve mobility, the development of a credit system should be implemented in cooperation with partner universities abroad, so that small details can be made visible and good practices can be transferred. The process of deciding on the recognition of credits earned elsewhere should be delegated to the leaders of the degree programs, so that can decide on the recognition of the in the light of the students' overall learning aims and pathway. The introduction and full use of the system requires a lot of time. You saw that it took a lot of time in Hungary, almost 1 decade, to introduce it, which shouldn't be rushed. Time should be allowed to get accommodated in the new situation, to to deal with difficulties and to develop the transfer and practices. Of course, we are ready to share the experience of our experts and help you develop your credit system, either here, we have some experts from the Rectors Conference and from our member universities, and of course, later on, we are ready to help to develop your national credit system. Thank you for your attention.
The next presenter is Dr. Uzbekiston-Vengriya, the rector of Tashkent Economical University.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli mehmonlar, hurmatli rektorlar. Bugungi prezentatsiyamizning nomi O'zbekiston oliy ta'lim tizimida kredit modul tizimini joriy etishning hozirgi holati va muammolari deb bag'ishlangan. Xabarlaringiz bor. Kredit modul tizimi bo'yicha birinchi prezidentimizdan bo'lgan topshiriq bu O'zbekiston Respublikasi prezidentining farmoni bo'lgan O'zbekiston Respublikasi oliy ta'lim tizimini 2030-yilgacha rivojlantirish konsepsiyasida tasdiqlash to'g'risidagi farmonda mana shu birinchi marta kredit modul tizimiga o'tish O'zbekistondagi 35 ta oliy ta'lim muassasasi mana shu tizimga o'tkazib raqobatbardosh ta'lim sifatini yaxshilash masalalari qo'yildi. Endi bu farmonda bundan tashqari oliy o'quv yurtlarida qamrov kengligini oshirish, ya'ni hozirgi kundagi 9%dan 2009dan 19dan 30-yilgacha 50%ga hamda 10 ta oliy ta'lim muassasasi dunyodagi reyting kuchli universitetlar qatoriga kiritish masalalari ham ko'rilgan. Endi uchinchi prezentatsiya uchinchisiga keyingisi. Bu endi mana shu ta'lim sifatini oshirish va raqobatbardosh kadrlar tayyorlashda birinchi navbatda mana shu QS reytingga kirgan, Times Higher Education reytingga kirgan universitetlarda mana shu prezentatsiyada ko'rib turgan masalalarga kengroq e'tibor beriladi, ya'ni talabalar almashilishi, milliy va xalqaro universitetlar o'rtasidagi o'zaro almashinuvchilikni bir o'qituvchiga to'g'ri keladigan maqolalar sonini oshirish, ish beruvchi tashkilotlar bilan ishlarni faollashtirish hamda akademik reputatsiyalar oshirish masalasi qo'yilgan. Endi muammo jarayonlar nimadan boshlandi? Birinchi navbatda demak 35 ta mahalliy oliy ta'lim yurtlaridagi o'quv jarayonining tanqidiy tahlil qilib chiqildi va bitiruvchilarni bu yerda 5 ta muammo bilan bog'liq xulosa qilindi. Ya'ni birinchisi bitiruvchilar ish bilan ta'minlash masalasi, ikkinchisi o'qituvchilar yuklamasi ko'pligi, uchinchisi o'quv qo'llanma va darslarning eskiligi, o'quv rejalari va fan dasturlarini qayta ko'rib chiqish to'g'risidagi xulosalarga kelindi. Endi tahlil natijalari bo'yicha fan dasturi, silabus va o'quv rejalarining zamon talablariga javob bermasligi aniqlandi. Ikkinchisi, ta'lim va ishlab chiqarish o'rtasidagi integratsiyaning sustligi. Uchinchi masala, o'qituvchilar yuklamarining chet eldagi kredit modul sistemasiga o'tgan universitetlarga qaraganda bir necha marta ko'pligi hamda darslik va o'quv qo'llanmalarining mazmuni eskirganligi demak aniqlandi. QS reytingga kirgan va dunyodagi kuchli 500 ta oliy o'quv yurtining o'quv reja va silabuslari olinib, mana shu 35 ta oliy o'quv yurtlarida bosqich hozir uni joriy etish masalalari boshlangan. Birinchi navbatda shunga e'tibor berildiki, hozirgi kundagi, ya'ni shu paytgacha bizda o'tib kelingan fan yo'nalishlar, bakalavriat yo'nalishlari bo'yicha tahlil shuni ko'rsatdiki, 70% darslarimiz hozir auditoriyalarda o'tkaziladi, 30% darsimiz, ya'ni talabalarning mustaqil erishishi, o'zlashtirib olishi to'g'ri keladi. Lekin chet el universitetlarining tahlili shuni ko'rsatdiki, 40% ga yaqin, 30-40% bu auditoriyada o'tiladigan yuklanma, 60-70% esa mustaqil o'zlashtirib oldilar. Buning natijasida tahlil narsa taklif etildiki, shu o'quv rejalari demak auditoriya soatlari 56% ga kamaytirish, mustaqilni o'zlashtirish 47% ga oshirishni oliy ta'lim vazirligi bilan birgalikda, boshqa oliy o'quv yurtlari bilan birgalikda mana shunday xulosa va uni tatbiq etishga qaror qabul qilindi. Endi 4 yillikni qaraydigan bo'lsak, hozirgi biz ko'rganimiz 1 yillik o'quv rejasi bo'yicha qilgan bo'lsak, 4 yillikda bizda mana xuddi shu ko'rsatkich takrorlanadi, ya'ni jami o'quv rejalarining farqi agar ko'radigan bo'lsak, 56% ga auditoriya soat kamaygan va mustaqil dars 47% ga oshganligi. Buni amalga oshirish bo'yicha birinchi qadamlar yo'l qo'yildi, ya'ni hozirgi kunda respublikaning ichki oliy o'quv yurtlari va tashqarida qo'shni davlatlar bilan kredit modul tizimini joriy etish boshlandi. Ya'ni O'sh davlat universiteti bilan bir semestrga biz talabalar almashinuvini amalga oshirdik. Xuddi shunaqa O'zbekiston ichidagi universitetlar, mahalliy universitetlarda Toshkent moliya instituti va Qoraqalpoq davlat universiteti bilan 15 ta talaba almashinishini amalga oshirdik. Bu shu natijani ko'rsatdiki, talabalarda ham bunga qiziqish, o'qituvchilarda ham mas'uliyat bilan yondashish masalalari bunga o'zini ko'rsatdi. Ya'ni professor o'qituvchilar endi uni tanlaydigan mana shu boshqa universitetdan kelgan talabalar kuchli professorlarning fanlarini tanlayapti. Shuning uchun boshqa professorlar ham mana shunga harakat qilishni boshlashdi. Endi amalga oshirilgan ishlar natijasida shunga keldikki, biz oliy o'quv yurtiga qabul qilganda ingliz tilidan biz IELTS sertifikatini taklif qilib so'raymiz, talab qilamiz. Lekin o'qishga kirgandan keyin bunaqa guruhlar soni kamligi bizga chet el professor o'qituvchilarni jalb qilishda muammolar bo'ldi. Shuning uchun ingliz tilida tahsil olayotgan talabalarning sonini biz keskin oshirdik. Bugungi kunda 22% talabalar ingliz tilida o'qiydi. Bu talabalar bizga nima imkoniyatini beradi? Chet eldan yetakchi universitetlardan professorlarni taklif qilish imkoniyatini yaratildi. Hozirgi kunda universitetimizda 30 dan ortiq chet ellik professorlar xorijiy vatandoshlarimiz dars berib turmoqda. Bular Angliyadan, Koreyadan, Xitoydan, Kanadadan, Amerikadan va boshqa davlatlardan kelgan professor o'qituvchilar. Endi yana amalga oshirilgan ishlardan bittasi bu kredit modul tizimini joriy etish bo'yicha el-yurt umidi jamg'armasi va oliy ta'lim kengashi va universitet hamkorliklarida Yevropa kredit tizimini joriy etish bo'yicha kitob nashr etildi. Oliy ta'lim muassasalariga kredit modul tizimi bo'yicha mahorat darslari o'tkazildi. Hamda Xalq so'zi gazetasida kredit modul tizimini o'tishda nima uchun kerakligi va maqsad mohiyyatlari ochib berildi. Hamda boshqaruv tizimi yana o'zgartirildi. Hozirgi kunda o'quv bo'limida bizda o'quv bo'limi tubdan qayta ko'rib chiqilib, buni nomi registr ofis deb nomlanadi va mana shu ta'limni boshqarish sifatini oshirish va byurokratiyani oldini olish maqsadida ofis registratori tashkil qilindi. Bu ofisda registratorda talabalarni hujjatlarini qabul qilishdan to uni bitirib ketguncha bo'lgan jarayonlar avtomatik ravishda boshqariladi va hozir raqamlashtirish jarayoni davom etyapti. Mana rasmda ko'rib turganingizdek, bu ofis registratori keyingi oy ishga tushadi. Qabuldan boshlanadi, yildan boshlab. Endi muammo va to'siqlarga to'g'ri keladigan bo'lsak, birinchi navbatda kredit modul tizimini o'rganish uchun yetarli o'quv qo'llanma va adabiyotlar tanqisligi kuzatilmoqda. Ikkinchisi, kredit modul tizimiga o'tishda oliy ta'lim tizimida ham hali me'yoriy hujjatlarni hali takomillashmagani ko'rinyapti. Malakali kadrlarning yetishmasligi, universitetdagi kutubxona va o'quv modernizatsiya qilish, asosan ularni yangi texnologiya bilan jihozlash masalasi hamda kredit modul tizimiga o'tish raqamli texnologiyalarga bo'lgan ehtiyojni yanada oshirishi va bu sohada biz ishlashimiz kerak deb ko'riladi. Mana shu yerda o'tirgan Vengriyadan kelgan biz hamkorlarimiz, rektorlarimizdan iltimos qilardikki, bizni mana shu yo'nalishda birgalikda ishlash ya'ni talabalarni almashinish yo'nalishida, keyin xalqaro grantlarni hamkorlikda bajarish, hamda postdoc, PhD programmalarini hamkorlikda ishlasakda, kelajakda O'zbekistondagi universitetlarning ham reytingini oshirishga ijobiy baho berilgan bo'ladi. E'tiborlar uchun rahmat.
Okay, let's switch to question and answers. If you want to ask a question, please raise your hand and we'll provide you a microphone and our presenter can answer your questions. Savol berayotganingizda kimga yo'naltirilganini, savolingiz kimga yo'naltirilganini aytishinglarni so'rayman.
Birinchi savolingizga javob beraman. Bu hozirgi kunda biz bir semestrdagi darsimiz 30 kreditni tashkil etadi va bu yerdagi demak jami bir nimada bir yilda 60 kreditdan to'playdi talabalar uchun. Endi hozir universitetda yana bir nimasi, birinchi savol qayerdan aniqroq shular o'tiladigan fanlarning soni birinchi demak har semestrda 6 ta fandan oshmaydi va qo'shimcha 4 ta 5 ta tanlov faniga berilgan. Talaba o'qish jarayonida 20% gacha tanlov huquqiga ega. Endi buni har oliy o'quv yurti har xil o'zi qabul qilishi mumkin. Qaysi fanni asosiy, qaysi fanni ikkinchi darajali. Hozirgi kunda endi liseey bilan nima amaliy fanlar farqi hozir 30-40% gacha leksiya va 60% gacha amaliy fanlar bizga qo'yilgan. Iqtisodiyot universitetidagi fanlar shunga to'g'ri keladi. Marhamat. Vengriya.
Should we repeat the question?
Just a question for you. You mentioned that in order to internationalize and to give the basis of the TCPS implementation system, 20% of the courses or 20% of the students are studying in Russian, around 20% in English, and around 60% in Uzbek language. And my question is that, is this proportion of the languages is applied to either study programs or faculties or the whole universities? This is the first question of mine. And the second is that if it's for the university, I mean this data, what about the landscape of the whole Uzbek higher education system? So how many percent of the courses taught in foreign languages, or how many percent of the students studying a part of their studies either in Russian or in English language? Thank you.
Buradagi savollar shunaqa bo'ldiki, mana siz aytib o'tdingizki, 60% dars ingliz tilida, o'zbek tilida, taxminan 20% rus tilida, 20% ingliz tilida o'tadi. Bu faqat sizni universitetingizga ko'proq taalluqlimi yoki boshqa universitetlarda ham shunaqa holatmi? Qanchalik bir-biridan shu anaqa ko'rsatkich hamma
endi bu yerda 22% talaba birinchi kursga qabul qilinganda ingliz tilida o'qiydigan guruhlarga qabul qilinadi. Ularning qo'llarida kamida IELTS 5 bor. Ya'ni hozirgi kunda 1200 ta talaba qabul qilgan bo'lsa, shundan 300 dan ortig'i ingliz tilida o'qiydi. Bu bir guruh iqtidorli bolalar. Qolgani demak o'zbek va rus guruhlarida o'qiydi. Ya'ni bu ingliz tilida o'qiydigan talabalar faqat 6 ta fan bo'lsa, shu 6 fanni ham ingliz tilida dars beriladi. İngiliz tilida. Endi bu birinchi kursga qabul qilingan talabalarning ichida qanchalik ingliz tilini biladiganlar, ularda nechtasida sertifikat borligidan kelib chiqib, har bir oliy o'quv yurti o'zi mustaqil qaror qabul qilishi mumkin. Endi bu yerda muammo birinchidan adabiyot bilan bog'liq muammo bor. Ikkinchisi o'qituvchi bilan muammo bor. Hamma joyda ham ingliz tilida dars bera oladigan o'qituvchi bo'lmasligi. Bugungi kunda iqtisodiyot yo'nalishida juda katta imkoniyatimiz bor. Chet eldan vatandoshlarni taklif qilishga. Shuning uchun bizda 22% yetkazildi.
Satisfied with the answer? Another question. Okay. Mikrofon berasizmi?
Janob professor Zoltaga savol bor edi. Hozir ular bergan savolga Vengriyaning tajribasi qanaqa bo'lgan? Chunki Vengriya 25 yil oldin tizimga o'tgan bo'lsa, ular ham hozir ko'p universitetlarida 90% ingliz tilida. O'sha ta'lim dasturlari hammasi ingliz tilida. Bu transformatsiya, bu o'tish jarayoni qanday bo'lgan? Chunki mana hozir to'g'ri aytganda bizda og'ir kechyapti. Bular savoliga javob bizda professorlar tilda bilmaydi, bizda talabalar tayyormiz, bizda adabiyot tayyormiz. Shu bizga to'siq bo'lyapti. Lekin Vengriyada qanday bo'ldi? Qanday bular mana shu transformatsiyani amalga oshirdi? Rahmat.
So the question is about how we introduce the foreign language teaching or teaching in foreign languages in the Hungarian higher education system. We can say that major part of the universities teaching the major part of the courses also in English, not just in Hungarian, and a few courses are available in German, French, or even Chinese, but just a few courses. So the second language in the Hungarian system became English, and we have altogether more than 600 or 700 different study programs in English, either on bachelor or master level. It was a long way to go on. It started in the 80s. In the 80s, the medical universities, all together with the government, in the beginning of the 80s, decided to implement German, mainly at that time, German courses for medical students in order to be able to invite German students to Hungary. And so the first phase was to introduce the foreign language programs in medical universities, and then after it went through the whole Hungarian higher education system. And I'd like to mention, you might know the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship program, which is, we have a contract with Uzbekistan. And since this academic year, Uzbekistan will have 100 places in the study program. We increased it from 30 to 100 last year. And this study program is one of the aim of one of the goal of this study program was to to push a little bit the Hungarian universities to internationalize themselves quicker than before, because if a lot of foreign students will arrive to Hungary, they need to improve their skills and capabilities in order to teach them. We started this program in 2013, 2014, and since then, we almost doubled the foreign students in Hungary. So it was an additional 40–50% students ratio in the Hungarian higher education system. And if we see the whole numbers, currently we have 270,000 students in Hungary altogether, and among them almost 44,000 are foreigners. But in some universities this number is 20 or 22%. I mean, the foreign students who are studying mainly in English. So my recommendation is to use different tools, either to push the universities to modernize themselves or internationalize themselves, or to make different legislative changes. For example, since 2018, it is obligatory for the Hungarian students to study at least 10% of their curriculum in English. So we are pushing a little bit the Hungarian students also to learn partially, just partially in English, not just in Hungary. Thank you.
Okay. So, microphone. Can you answer someone? We have another question to you.
Selamünaleyküm. Ben Bilen Şehrimizde rektörler Bakan İsmail Bono. Ben sağlıklı kapattığı cenablarga. Ben Vengriya kredit tizimida talim olib qoladi, lekin mana biror bitta inson olsak, ma'ruza mashg'uloti bor, undan keyin amaliy mashg'ulot bor. Talabani kredit ulushi qancha, amaliy mashg'ulotga nisbatan qancha foiz, ma'ruza mashg'ulotga nisbatan qancha foiz tashkil qiladi? Bu tushunning ikkinchi savolim, Vengriya oliy o'quv-o'rganishda ko'pchilik tillarda olib boriladi, Vengriya tilining foizi qancha oliy ta'lim muassasalarida yoki qancha yo'nalishda Vengriya tilida mashg'ulotlar olib boriladi?
Thank you for the question. I start with the second one, and we can say that it's very different from the different disciplines, so the different subjects, and of course the level of education, either master or bachelor or even PhD level. So the first question, we can say it asked about the practical knowledge and theoretical knowledge. It's also very different by subjects and by different disciplines. But I'd like to ask my colleagues, maybe if you have any additional opinion about it, or your personal experiences would be very interesting. So because our delegates are from different universities and covering different disciplines also, and the experience is very diverse. But overall, we can say that the practical knowledge is becoming more and more important in the recent year, and we try to adjust our legislative system into that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bu yo'nalish bo'yicha har xil juda ham katta farqlanadi deyaptilar. Konkretizatsiya bermoqda. Yetarli savollar? I think enough question. With your allowance, switch to next session. It's education, research, and industry integration. And I would like to invite Mr. Ferenc Nagy Rebic for his presentation. The head of Department Science, Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Program change. Okay. We'll replace somebody.
Your colleagues, they just changed the program because Ferenc Nagy Rebic went to an official meeting with Vice Minister Pachai-Tomasich Orshola, and the Hungarian presenter will be Dr. the director of the University of Stockholm. He will talk about innovation, revolution, and practical solutions. So Attila, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
The presentation is on the computer.
I need one keyboard for that. Thank you. Step back to the beginning. And let's start. Thank you. Not too easy to speaking about the integration, the education and research, latest research and industry, because the good examples are not so common, I would say. I would like to show you one positive examples, and this could be one choice to explain the possibilities of this integrated function. As you can see, the new foundation structure of the University of Stockholm, traditional university, and the faculties. And you can see the different faculties, and we are working together with the Faculty of Forestry, because we focusing in research directly in forestry, but not only the forest management, but the sustainable use of natural resources, climate change and adaptation, natural, or can I say the ecosystem services and economy, and that's the mission of the ecosystem services. And very interesting, because it's education and research is quite common, and very unique things. In a brand new organization, we have a company which manages more than 20,000 hectares of state forest. It is a unique pathway to introduce the latest results immediately, and we're testing the results and working together with university students. For me, it's a real integration, the research and industry partner together with the students. But the innovation in general can be safe, and financing the whole processes by industry partner. He ordered the problem, he has any really serious question, problems, and we have enough information and we have some scientific knowledge who can solve this question. After that, some practical solutions for new practices. In the case of forestry, it is a long-term, very long-term management cycles, within 100 years. And the climate change, very rapid change, it could be a very serious question. And in this case, we would like to explain a very, very innovative solution which could be solved immediately this problem. It's quite interesting, right? And this is my opinion. Today's best practices are no longer sufficient. A lot of cases in the university, how can I say, era, we teach the best practices. This is the standard, the high standard. But the real life is changed much faster than we are able to introduce everything in academic level. We have to work together with the university students, because can I say the future has begun? What can we say? Declining precipitation above the average warming gap forecasted in Central Europe. What can we say in this region is the main problem, the biggest problem? Temperature, precipitation, and the ratio of that is aridity, is increasing and increasing. And the majority of the dominant native species are directly threatened by progressive warming. We are a select limit situation. This means a big change could be produced border situation, survive or not. Not the question is much more production or bit lower and so on, but the question is there is forest or not. There is native forestry or not, and so on and so on. And some scientific background, who will respond within a generation. The generation is several tens of years or even 100 years, a long life cycle living form as a oaks or any other species. Within 100 years could be possible to adapt very, very rapid change. You can see here the picture about the inversion, the last glacier. There's a natural way the forestry and the forest and the natural plants could be able to adapt, that we have enough time, several thousands of years. Today, within 50 years, several decades, the isotime shifts is more than 1,000 kilometers. There's a measure there. It's not only theory and modeling, this is the measure. Within 50 years, our territory shifted when we see the average temperature more than 1,000 kilometers. The consequences, both migration speed, you can see the panoramical data or genetical data, several kilometers per 100 years. But the speed of the change, and always we have to clarify that climate change is normal, it's not question, but the speed, extremely rapid. 100 times faster than natural way could be adapted in natural plants. The change is 100 times faster than what the species were able to follow the evolution. That means for me, for manager, for forester or forest engineer, they have to do something. They have to help. This is innovation. We have to choose a brand new technology. Not only rating and having something in mentor selection. And what can we do? So this is the consequences. Mortality effects, change of distribution. But we have to clarify we are shooting a moving target and we are speaking about the climate change and the problem and the solution. But it's realistic idea to determine the future site condition in appropriate site, not in general. In such place, in several hundred square meters, several hectares, it could be possible to predict the future. And we are able to predict the future. We have a so-called decision support system. After that, we are able to influence, after be able to prune new technology to introduce in the forestry. I am speaking about forestry, but the same idea could be introduced and different in other technology, for example, agriculture, food culture, even the hydrology, and so on. And you can see the current decision support system. The background is a GIS, the background is the integrating as much data as possible, and we are able to compress as much information as possible. And after that, we are able to estimate the current situation. You can see here. Current climate and the solutions and different species. And you can see the next one. Current and the next time window, can you see the differences? And you can see the direction. What can we do? Which is the adaptive processes. Yes, the partner or the industry partner says we have a serious problem. Our spruce forest is dying. Our oak forests have a great problem. What can we do? We make a brand new estimation, the whole territory of the company, more than 20,000 hectares. We make a brand new forest management plans together with university students, and we're able to say in appropriate places, in intervention places, what can we do? This is a good solution for the partners and the payers. And this technology could be considered to use not only the current forestry and the pre-adapted of the forestry, but for the new afforestation. When the forest owner or the land owner, come and ask me personally, which is the best solution for the long-term management of the new afforested area, I have to say the best solution is we have designed for the future, not for the current situation. And this is fascinating. You see here the different and we designed a brand new agroforestry system, but not for today, but for the future site conditions. And the last step, to choose the appropriate propagation material, because the clever man or a forester and the decision support is okay, but the real solution is the fence itself. And we use the appropriate material. After that, we are able to adapt it very rapidly. We are going the southern and eastern part of Europe, and at that moment much lower and much higher the temperature, and we collect the seed material and we import it to Hungary, and we step 100 years in the rotation. Okay, it's a functioning system, and my last sentence, you have to clarify. Even if we are on the right track, we will be run over when we are not fast enough. It's not enough to see the tendency, but we have to do something immediately and the right way. Thank you very much for your attention.
Presentation. And the next presenter is Dr. Usman Batush-Korolaevich, Director of Tashkent Chemical Technological Institute. Please.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli forum qatnashchilar, hurmatli aziz mehmonlar va hurmatli rektorlarimiz. Ruxsat bersalaringiz, men o'zbek tilida o'qiraman, chunki o'zbek tilida tinglovchilar. Prezentatsiya ingliz tilida. Hozir mana yuqori mehmonimiz aytib o'tgandek, oliy ta'lim va ishlab chiqarishning ҳамкорлиги bugun o'ta dolzarb masala va bu bo'yicha qanday Toshkent kimyo texnologiya institutida tajribalar orttirilgan, qanday ishlar amalga oshirilyapti, shular to'g'risida qisqa to'xtalib o'tsam. Birinchi navbatda endi mehmonlar uchun mana institutimizning haqida ozgina ma'lumot berib o'tmoqchiman. Institutimiz 1991-yil 6-mayda tashkil etilgan. Bu mustaqilligimiz bilan tengdosh, mana biz 30 yilligini nishonlayapmiz. Institutda 6000 dan ziyod talaba ta'lim olmoqda, 5 ta fakultetda, 22 ta kafedra. Shu bilan birga bizda bir qancha o'quv ilmiy markazlar, ilmiy laboratoriyalar va talabalar uchun ijtimoiy komplekslar mavjud. Institutning asosiy buyurtmachilari yoki bizning asosiy iqtisodiy hamkorlarimiz bu nafaqat o'sha nomidan kelib chiqib kimyo texnologiya sanoati, balki to'liq O'zbekiston iqtisodiyotining qayta ishlash sanoati kiradi. Chunki 5 ta fakultetimizning 5talasi ham asosan qayta ishlashga moslashtirilgan texnologiyalar bilan ishlaymiz. Bu xabarlaringiz bor, xalqaro moliya institutlarining 2019-yildagi tahlili bilan O'zbekiston Respublikasining
4 asosiy iqtisodiy ustunlar aniqlangan. Mana shu 4 asosiy iqtisodiy ustunlardan ikkitasi bu asosan bizning institutimiz profiliga to'g'ri keladi. Bu kimyo sanoati va oziq-ovqat mahsulotlarini qayta ishlash. Ya'ni продовольствие deyiladi, ya'ni sabzavot, oziq-ovqatni qayta ishlash. Bu bugungi kunda eng ulkan dolzarb va O'zbekiston iqtisodiyotining ustunlaridan biri hisoblanadi. Mana shu sanoat bo'yicha slaydda ko'rib turibsiz, ba'zi bir statistik ma'lumotlar keltirilgan. Asosan bu kimyo sanoati, bu neft va gaz qayta ishlash sanoati ko'rsatilgan va shular to'g'risida ma'lumotlar berilgan. Endi vaqt kamligi uchun men tez o'taman. Toshkent kimyo texnologiya instituti bugungi kundagi mana olib borayotgan ta'lim yo'nalishlari bo'yicha ma'lumotlar berilgan. Bu kimyo va kimyo muhandisligi, organik mahsulotlar bo'yicha gaz va neft mahsulotlarini qayta ishlash, bu keramika, bu shisha, bu qurilish materiallari, shu bilan birga oziq-ovqat kimyosi, oziq-ovqat texnologiyasi, biotexnologiyalar, bu shu sanoatning texnologiyalarining mashina va jihozlari hamda mana shu sanoatdagi atrof-muhitni himoya qilish, ekologiyaga bag'ishlangan ta'lim yo'nalishlari bizning institutimizda olib boriladi. Boya aytib o'tganimdek, institutda 5 ta fakultet va bunda 22 ta kafedra bor. Mana shu kafedralar va fakultetlar nomlari mana slaydda keltirilgan. Endi ta'lim va ishlab chiqarish hamkorligiga to'xtalib o'tadigan bo'lsak, ikkita holatni men slaydga olib chiqdim. Bugungi kunda Toshkent kimyo texnologiya institutidagi shu hamkorlik qanday tuzilmada yoki qanday ketma-ketlikda olib boriladi? Bu yerda ko'ryapsizlar, mana an'ana va tajribaga tayangan holda o'sha an'anaviy biz ta'limni berayotgan bo'lsak, shu bilan birga mana shu ta'limda, mana shu universitetda, institutda o'zining shakllangan ilmiy maktablari bor. Mana shu ilmiy maktablar tajribasiga, bilimiga tayangan holda hamkorlik yo'lga qo'yilgan bo'lsa, 3-chi ustuvor yo'nalish bu xalqaro kollaboratsiya, xalqaro hamkorlik. Mana shu 3 ta ustun bilan bugungi kunda Toshkent kimyo texnologiya instituti faoliyat olib borilayotgan bo'lsa, biz endi 2025-yilgacha o'sha faoliyatimizni transformatsiya, yangilash, uni qayta ko'rib chiqish masalasida 4 ta asosiy ustunlarga urg'u berganmiz. Bu institut qoshida sanoat markazlarini, buni turli xilda aytish mumkin, o'quv ilmiy markaz yoki texnopark deyish mumkin. Mana shu tuzilmalarni shakllantirish, bu yerga yoshlarni jalb qilish va mana shu yerda ko'nikmalarni berish. Mana hozir yuqorida mehmonlarimiz ham aytib o'tdi, asosan qonunchilikka, oliy ta'lim qonunchiligiga amaliy ko'nikmalarni rivojlantirish, ya'ni ishlab chiqarish bilan yaqinlash masalalari ko'rilayotganligi. Mana shunday markazlar orqali buni amalga oshirish mumkin. Shu bilan birga biz bir qancha oliy ta'lim muassasalari, turdosh oliy ta'lim muassasalari bilan o'zimizda mavjud bo'lgan o'sha kimyo, oziq-ovqat, gaz va neft, vinochilik va texnologiya sanoat hamkorlarimiz bilan biz shartnomalar tuzganmiz. Bizning 22 ta kafedradan 15 ta kafedramiz ixtisoslik yo'naltirilgan bo'lsa, ya'ni mutaxassis chiqaruvchi, mana shularning har biri sanoat hamkori bor, ular bilan shartnoma tuzilgan. 16-iyun kuni men hisobot berdim, eshitlaringiz, biz shu 700 dan ortiq mana yangi o'quv yilida talabalarni amaliyotga chiqarib, hamkorlar bilan to'liq shartnomalar tuzilgan va nafaqat talabalarni, balki professor o'qituvchilarimiz ham shu korxonalarda stajirovka o'tib, yangi texnologiyalar o'tyapti. Chunki bizning ta'lim tizimimizda buni tan olishimiz kerak, oliy ta'lim tizimida biz eski texnologiyalarni o'qityapmiz, eski texnologiyaga yondashib ilm qilyapmiz. ishlab chiqarish korxonalari esa bir necha yil oldinga o'tib ketgan. Mana shu jihatlar mana 2025-yil bizning strategik rejamizda ko'rsatilgan. Endi mana hamkorlar bilan, o'sha sanoat hamkorlari bilan nima ishlar qilyapti? Xabarlaringiz bor, yilning oxirida 2020-yilda 4992 prezidentimiz qarorlari imzolandi. Bu yerda kimyo sanoatiga investitsiya kiritish va uni rivojlantirish bo'yicha bir qancha masalalar qo'yilgan, yo'l xaritasi belgilangan. Ana shu yo'l xaritasining punkti bandlaridan bittasida sanoat ilmiy ta'lim klasterini shakllantirish bo'yicha ta'lim bilan sanoatni hamkorligini rivojlantirish bo'yicha masala qo'yilgan. Mana shu masala bo'yicha slaydda ko'rsatilgan ketma-ketlikda biz ishlarni olib boryapmiz. Tashkiliy masalalar, konsepsiyalar yaratildi va mana bir nechta shu futuristik rasmlarda ko'ryapsizlar. Universitetning joylashuvi. Bu yerda mana mehmonlarimizga aytilishi mumkin. Debrecen universitetiga ham joy ajratilishi rejalashtirilgan. Mana shu klasterning ichida Debrecen universiteti ham bo'lishi kutilyapti. O'ylaymanki, mana bu yerda nafaqat o'quv binosi, o'sha universitetning boshqaruv binolari, balki 40 million dollarga bir nechta ilmiy o'quv laboratoriyalar quriladi. Faqat o'sha laboratoriyalarda ketadigan xarajat 40 million dollar rejalashtirilgan. Bu rejamiz bo'yicha 2024-yilgacha mana shunday masalalar qo'yiladi. Endi asosiy bizning o'sha akademik va ilmiy faoliyatimizning belgilab beruvchi yo'nalishlarga yana to'xtaladigan bo'lsam, boyagi fakultetlarimizning ta'lim yo'nalishlarimizning nomidan kelib chiqiladi. Bu yashil texnologiyalar, bu biotexnologiyalar, bu organik materiallar texnologiyasi, bu oziq-ovqat injiniring muhandisligi, bu o'sha organik materiallar mahsulotlari va muhandisligi. Endi bir nechta raqamlarni ko'rsatib o'tsak, mana olib borilayotgan institutda professor o'qituvchilar tomonidan ilmiy tadqiqotlarning natijalari, ularning raqamlari ko'rsatilgan. Bularni har biriga to'xtalib o'tmayman. Bu yerda mana har bir diagrammada o'zining nimalari zo'rgan intellektual salohiyatimiz, tayyorlanayotgan ilmiy pedagog kadrlar, olib borilayotgan ilmiy grantlar va bir nechta o'sha markazlarning tuzilganligi 2021-yilda ko'rsatib o'tilgan. Keyingi slaydda men sxemani berdim. Bu bugungi kungacha nafaqat Toshkent kimyo texnologiya instituti, balki ko'pchilik o'sha oliy ta'lim tizimidagi institutlarimizdagi ishlab chiqarish bilan hamkorlik qanday yo'lga qo'yilgan edi. Mana shu kungacha bu hozirgi aytaylik holat deb o'ylaydigan bo'lsak, bu yerda o'sha kengash borada oliy ta'lim muassasasi iqtisodiyot sektorlari bilan turli xil muammolarni yig'ib, muammolarni olib chiqib, keyin biz yarmarka o'tkazardik. Respublika yarmarkasida o'sha qilingan mahsulotlar yoki ishlab chiqaruvchilar bilan uchrashib, olib borilayotgan ishlarni bizlar tahlilini ko'radi, yiliga bir marta. Endi biz hozir Toshkent kimyo texnologiya institutida qanday sxemada ishni olib borishni yo'lga qo'ydik. Bu mana bu sxemada ko'rsatilgan. Bu yerda aytaylik o'sha shartnoma bo'lsa, oliy ta'lim muassasasini sanoat bilan yoki ishlab chiqarish bilan bu yerda qo'yilgan har bir kafedra, ya'ni kafedra kesimida ilmiy tadqiqot ta'lim muammolari o'rganiladi, baza tuziladi, axborotlar bazasi. Bu tashqi bizni qanday qilingan deb mehmonlarimiz savol berish mumkin, chunki markazlashgan rejalash iqtisodiyotidan kelib chiqadi-da. Men bir katta bir konferensiyada shu sxemani ko'rsatganimda hayron qoldim. Chunki g'arbda markazlashgan, rejalashtirilgan iqtisodiyot umuman bo'lmagan, ular boshqa yo'ldan ketishgan. Bu yerda uni ustuvorligi shundanki, biz muammolarni qanaqa qilib olasizlar deydi. Korxonalar bilan ishlaganda, korxona muammosini olib chiqmaydi deyapti. Biz ular bilan hamkorlikda o'sha kafedralar tegishli o'zining yo'nalishi bo'yicha korxonaga borib, muammolar bazasini, axborotni shakllantiradi, axborot bazasini. Shu baza asosida bu yerda ta'lim yo'nalishlari belgilanadi. Ta'limga o'sha kvotalar davlat korxonalari bo'lganligi uchun Endi nodavlatlarda korxonalarimizda bu asli olganda erkin kvota belgilanishi va mutaxassislarni tayyorlanish. Bu yerda biz tahlil o'tkazamiz, ekspertiza va uni qanaqa darajasini belgilaganimizdan keyin ikkinchi axborot bazasi shakllanadi. Bu muammolar, ya'ni mavzularni esa qiyinligi, murakkablik darajasiga qarab turib biz uni bo'lishimiz mumkin. Kurs loyihasiga, uni bitiruv malakali ishga, uni magistrlik dissertatsiyasi, uni doktorlik dissertatsiya. Mana shunda hamkorlikda qo'yilgan masala sekin-sekin yechilib, u amaliy o'zining innovatsiya qismini ko'rsatish mumkin yoki amaliy tatbiqini olib keladi. Mana shunday skemadan biz o'ylaymizki, bugungi kunda ko'pchilik oliy ta'lim muassasalari balki ko'rinishi boshqacharoq, lekin jahon oliy ta'lim tizimini oladigan bo'lsak, mana shu shaklda asosan ish olib boriladi. Endi yana Toshkent kimyo texnologiyalar institutiga qaytadigan bo'lsak, bu yerda mana 4 nimani ko'rsatganman, hamkorlik belgilarini. Bitta kafedra misoli. Bizning shu silikat materiallari, noyob metallar, shisha va noyob metallar kafedrasida olib borilayotgan ishlar bo'yicha ozgina to'xtalib o'tmoqchiman. Bu yerda shu misollar keltiramiz amaliy. Mana bu yerda hamma partnerlari, hamkorlari, institutlar, tashqi chet el institutlari va bizning mahalliy institutlarning hamkorligi ko'rsatilgan akademik, ilmiy va xalqaro sanoat partnerlari. Bu o'sha kafedrada qaysi yo'nalishda va qanday ishlar olib borilishi mana bu skemada ko'rsatilgan. Bu yerda ko'ryapsizlar, ikkiga bo'lganmiz, ilmiy jarayon bilan ta'lim jarayoni ko'rsatilgan. Bu yerda ta'lim jarayonida o'sha sanoat hamkorlari bilan talabalarni amaliyotga jo'natish, kurs ishlarini olib borish, yangi dasturlarni ular bilan kelishish, chunki doimiy dinamik harakat bor, texnologiyalar tez o'zgaryapti. Mana shular bo'yicha ta'lim jarayoni bo'lsa, ilmiy jarayonda boyagi muammolarni shakllantirish va muammolarni darajalarga bo'lib, uni ma'lum o'sha doktorlik yoki bitiruv malakali ishlarga taqsimotini ko'rib chiqdik. Mana bu slaydda Chinni zavodi bilan mana shu kafedramizning faoliyati, o'sha Chinni, bilasizlar, Toshkent Chinni zavodi yaqinda qaytadan tiklandi va o'z faoliyatini boshlandi. Mana shu zavodni ishga tushirilishida bu yerda yangi mahsulotlar, milliy dizayn mahsulotlarni yo'lga qo'yishda albatta kafedraning juda ham katta mehnati va mana shu mehnatidan bir qancha namunalar keltirilgan. Buni hammasi mahalliy xomashyadan qilingan va o'zimizning mana shu talabalarimiz va professor o'qituvchilarimiz tomonidan ishlab chiqarilishni yo'lga qo'yilgan. Mana yana bitta misoli bu o'sha kvarts kompaniyalarning logotiplari ko'rsatilgan, yig'ish ishlab chiqarish korxonalarida kafedraning sanoat bilan birgalikda qilgan ishlar. Bu shu mahsulotlardan lavhalar. Bu yerda bir qancha bizning rejalarimiz ko'rsatilgan. Bularga men to'liq to'xtalib o'tirmayman, vaqtni olmaslik uchun. Savollar bo'lsa, bu bo'yicha masalan, olib borilayotgan grantlarimiz, loyihalarimiz va xalqaro loyihalarimiz bo'yicha marhamat menga savol bersalaringiz javob beraman. Bu bo'yicha mana kelajakda biz mana shu yangi ilmiy laboratoriyalarni mana shu kafedraga olib keldik. Jahon bankining grantini bilasizlar, akademik tashabbuskorlik fondi granti bo'yicha biz $200,000 shu kafedrani jihozladik va bir qancha seminarlar, mana har bir seminar bo'yicha loyihalar ko'rsatilgan, olib borildi va bu seminarlarda olingan sertifikatlar, natijalar, laboratoriyalarda olingan loyihalar ko'rsatilgan. Konferensiyalar ham o'tkazildi. Mana shu grant asosida, bu Jahon bankining granti asosida bo'lgandi. Seminar qildik 24-28 fevral kunlari. Mana endi biz yana bir universitet bilan, Amerika Qo'shma Shtatlar universiteti bilan talabalar uchun maker clubs qilmoqchimiz. Bu yerda o'sha 3D printer, o'sha vazirni rezka va mahsulotlarni sinash uskunalarini biz ular bilan birgalikda olib kelib, mana shu klubni, makers klubni shakllantirib faoliyatini yo'lga qo'ymoqchimiz. O'ylaymanki, bizani hamma fakultetimizga va korxonalar uchun foydali bo'ladi. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you. And now, if you have questions like to ask, you can raise your hand and ask question to our presenters. Please. Agar savollar bo'lsa, qo'l bilan ko'tarib o'tsanglar, mikrofon berishadi. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum. Tashkilotning sotsial universiteti bilan olib qo'yganman. Rektorchiga bir savol bermoqchi edim. Bugungi kunda ta'lim jarayoniga ishlab chiqarish mutaxassislari qancha jalb qilingan ta'lim jarayoniga? Keyin Botir so'zlariga ikkinchi savol bor edi. Programma o'quv dasturlarida nima o'zgartirishlar kiritilgan? 60-40% nazariy va 60% amaliy mashg'ulotlarni qo'llashga o'quv dasturlarini o'zgartirishlar qilishga javob. Sizga shu masala qanday ishlayapti? Javob uchun oldindan rahmat. Ishlab chiqarish mutaxassislari ta'lim jarayoniga qancha foiz tashkilotlar jalb qilingan? O'qituvchilar ishlayotganlarda ishlab chiqarish
birinchi savolga javob shunday iboratki, biz o'sha kafedradagi o'quv jarayonida 15% jalb qilganmiz. Bu har bir kafedraning masalan bog'liq. Ba'zi bir kafedrada ko'proq bo'lishi mumkin. Tashqi o'rinlar sifatida biz ishlab chiqarishdan shakllantiramiz. İkinci savolingizga bu 7% qo'llab aytibdilar. Asosan kredit tizimida ko'proq talabani o'qish, ya'ni ta'lim, bilim olish, ilm emas, kechirasiz. Bilim olish madaniyatini biz qanday shakllantiramiz? Bizning mahalliy oliy ta'lim muassasalarimizda mana shu bilim olish madaniyati shakllanganda ikkita amaliy mustaqil bilim olish. Ya'ni talabani o'zini mustaqil bilim olishi bor, talabani o'qituvchi yordamida bilim olish. Mana shu 70% ikkilar qism 70% o'z zimmasiga oladi. 30% auditoriyada bu professorning amaliy nazariy yoki amaliy mashg'ulotlar bo'ladi. Bu shakllanish jarayoni juda qiyin bo'lyapti. Mana professor Zoltanov aytdi, bular 10 yil vaqtida cho'zilgan. Lekin bitta narsa, men endi bu yerda hammamiz rektorlarimiz oliy ta'limda bugungi davlat tomonidan qo'yilgan masalalar yechimiga mas'ulmiz. Reformani, islohotni to'laqonligicha ushlashimiz kerak. Ya'ni yarmini qoldirib, yarmini keyin qilaman degan bo'lsak, muayyan ishlar deyiladi. Bu juda ham cho'zilib ketadi. Bugun bizga topshiriq berildi, kredit tizimiga o'tinglar deb. Bu amatsiya bo'lishganimiz instrument deb aytdi mana mehmonlarimiz. Uni to'laqonli o'sha yozilgan me'yoriy hujjatlar yozilganligini olib bora olsa, qadam-qadam o'shanda natija bo'ladi. Bir narsani eski tizimdan ushlab qolib, ikkinchisini yangi tizimga olib boradigan bo'lsa, uzoqqa cho'zilib ketadi, natija bo'ladi.
The question was about percentage of industrial people among professors.
In all cases, it's very different. In the forestry, it's about 50%. In technology, much higher. But the pedagogy or educational faculty, 0%.
is very diverse. Is the member of the branch.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, solvable.
Toshkent delegatsiyasi va qishloq xo'jaligi mexanizatsiya yosh muhandislari instituti. Men ikkita ma'ruzachidan ham bir kichkina savol so'ramoqchi edim. Hozir oliy ta'lim muassasalarida ilmiy tadqiqot ishini tijoratlashtirish masalasi juda dolzarb turibdi, bugun ham ko'tarildi. Shuni eng samarali mexanizmlar qaysi ishlayapti? Vengriya sharoitida, O'zbekiston sharoitida.
The question to Hungarian delegation who wants to answer. There is a question about practice in implementation of commercialization of scientific product. Would like to answer? Dr. Lawton, maybe you answer.
During the morning session, Professor talked about the model changing of the universities. Major part of our state universities transferred or transformed last year and this year, so it's still going on into different legal status. Foundation model was implemented and is still under implementation. And one of the goals of this model changing is to bring closer industry to the universities in order to easier commercialize the universities any kind of performance. And in order to achieve these goals, also scientific parks will be established in the near future, in the next 2-3 years, around the universities, around the big universities, where science, scholars, professors, universities work together with the surrounding, their industrial partners. So this is very important. And also very important that in the board of these foundations, the industry and the different companies are represented also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bu savolga bizning holatimizda quyidagicha javob berish mumkin. 2008-2009 yilda oliy ta'lim muassasalari tizimida texnologiyalar transfer markazlari tuzildi. U 12 ta edi boshlanishda, hozir barcha oliy ta'lim muassasalarida tuzilish bo'yicha intellektual mulk agentligi tomonidan masala qo'yilgan, huquqiy masala. Lekin to'g'risini aytish kerak, bizda hali huquqiy asos o'sha kommersializatsiya yoki tijoratlashtirish hali yechilganligi yo'q. Bizni institutimizda olib qaraydigan bo'lsak, va o'ylashimcha oliy ta'lim muassasalari ichida yagona kinotexnologiyasida ikkita litsenziya bor. Ishlab chiqarish, ya'ni biz tijoratlashtirilgan, biz professor o'qituvchilarimiz shu fundamental grantlarni keyin amaliy innovatsiya olib chiqib, uni litsenziya olib, o'sha mahsulot o'g'it zavodlaridan, organik materiallar bo'yicha qilingan bo'lish, oziq-ovqat bo'yicha qilingan. Bugungi kunda biz boryapmiz, mana o'sha funksional oziq-ovqat masalalari bo'yicha markaz tuzildi. Bu bo'yicha ikkita grant ish olib borilyapti. Natijasida kecha biz muhokama qildik, faqat bizniki emas, boshqa fanlar akademiyasini yechishyapti. O'sha funksional oziq-ovqat bo'yicha startup akseleratsiya ketyapti. To есть tijoratlashtirish bu har bir oliy ta'lim muassasasining ilmiy faoliyatining natijasi bo'lganligi uchun o'sha yerdagi huquqiy me'yoriy masalalardan tortib, bu salohiyat va hozir professor Zoltan aytgandek texnoparklarning mavjudligi to'laman bo'lishi mumkin, markazga erish mumkin, texnopark science park deyiladi. O'shani mavjudligi birinchi o'sha tajriba sinov prototiplari yo'lga qo'yiladi universitet institutlarida. Undan keyin ishlab chiqarishga olib chiqiladi. Mana shunday tushuntirish mumkin.
Rahmat.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question to the directors of universities and also to our directors from Standard University. The most, my name is Alex from Tashkent Institute of Agricultural Organization. What is the share of the budget which is you getting from the innovations? Is the main important part which is we would like to know. And this for both campus important. Secondly, it is not secret also to understand what is the total average budget of the Hungarian universities. And the third question maybe is important to know what is the share of the PhD students compared to the total number of students. Because the research is the main factor, as we understand, and is how it's getting the innovations in practice. Thank you.
So the first question is was about the share of proportion of the innovation, the income in the budget of the Hungarian university. Yeah, the truth, I didn't know exactly, but I knew very important data that if we see the budget of the whole university sector or the different universities, the budget, the incoming budget coming to the universities from outside, from industry or from different scholarships or different international projects is relatively high compared to the state support. So, but it's very, very different university by university. For example, we have a university where the state support itself covers just 30 or 35 or 40% of the whole budget of the universities, and other 60 or 65% mainly coming from the side of the outsiders from different projects, different European projects, or coming from the industrial part. Of course, it's different there is a differentiation according to the profile of the university. So if we speak about, for example, a university which is focusing on engineering or agriculture, they have a bigger room to maneuver and to reach a bigger proportion on the industrial income. The second question, as far as I remember, the total budget of the Hungarian higher education system. I'm asking the average. So the total budget of the Hungarian higher education system is about between 600 and 700 billion forints, which is around 2 billion euros or $2 billion. This is the And of course, the budget of a particular university is very, very, very different. Can be very, very different because we have a university, for example, which has 30,000 students, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 academic staff, maintaining hospital. Of course, this budget can be as big as a medium-sized city in Hungary, for example, with a 200,000 and inhabitants, citizen size city. But of course, we have universities, small universities, with just 200, 300, 400, 500 students. Their budget is is much more smaller, so their budget is like a small or medium-sized enterprise. And I don't remember the third question was about the PhD student share. Yes. It's very important, the differentiation that there are state-supported PhD students. They get scholarships from the government, and these places around 400 per year. But these are per year data, and a lot of places available, supported by different industrial partners or the students by themselves. So it can be state-supported students or self-financed students. But we can say that in the last few years, the number of doctoral students is growing, and the state supports to increase the number of doctoral students, so the state-supported places, doctoral places, also growing. I like to mention the President already mentioned that we have a new tool in the field of doctoral education since last September. So it's a pretty new tool, it's a pretty new program. We have a so-called, we call it cooperative doctoral program. This doctoral program is focusing on the cooperation, that's why it's cooperative, cooperation of the doctoral school and different companies and different industrial companies. So the model is that the doctoral students is parallelly working in a project somewhere in a company, and parallelly studying and writing his or her thesis. So this is a more practical, practice-orientated doctoral program, but we have very few but very good experience since we just started this program last September. So just right now we finished the first academic year about the cooperative doctoral program, but this is a very new tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to announce the end of the second session. And Vilnius universitetlariga deganlariga okay.
Vaqt nimadan chiqib ketyapti reglamentdan. Bizda mana birinchi qismi bo'yicha qancha ishlab topganmiz o'zimiz $355,000dan xo'jalik shartnomalarimiz 100 million 20 yillikini aytyapti. 20 yillik moliyaviy yil bo'yicha hisoblanadi ilmiy faoliyatlarimiz. Endi nimaga keladigan bo'lsak, doktorantlarga keladigan bo'lsak, bizda 70 ga yaqin doktorantlar bor. Proportsiyasi hisoblab olish mumkin. Sirtqi kunduzgi 6000 ga talaba, shundan 70 ta, 5 ta shuning ichida fan doktorlik tushyapti. Shu bilan birga bular hozir aytilayotganda korporativ deyildi. Bizda Ispaniya bilan hamkorlik bor. Erasmus bo'yicha doktor PhD tayyorlash bo'yicha u yerda 3 tani bizni talabamiz o'qiyapti. Shu bilan birga Xitoy Xalq Respublikasi bilan ham PhD bo'yicha bor. Bizning shartnoma u yerda ham ikkita bizning yosh mutaxassislarimiz ta'lim oladi. Shu.
Thank you very much. I would like to end session 2, and we will start session 3 after a small coffee break in 10 minutes in 18 past 4, and you can discuss during your coffee, during coffee break, some issues from German last meeting for 18
Microphone.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think it's a long day, so we're not too much tired. The topic itself is maybe some interesting and special value for us today. As originally the title was practicing supporting learning and teaching at the university. This is a very huge topic, so I think it would be really difficult to cover in a short lecture. So I took the liberty and a little bit change the direction of the lecture, which we all university, all university students and teachers at the same time had to experience how to carry out, how to continue our work at the university, even during the great pandemic, which is the COVID-19. I think it's a great challenge for everybody in all walks of life, but especially it's also a great challenge to the university. How can they guarantee the quality of the teaching during this kind of online teaching, this kind of e-teachings, which I mean, before we thought that one day it may come, but we all thought, my generation before, that the next generation
So we still can carry out the traditional way of teaching, just sitting in the class and meeting the students and talk to them. But just in an instant, we can say, we were informed that we have to stop all our classes, and from the next week, just teach online. But nobody knew how to teach online, and nobody really experienced before what kind of effect it will have online, what kind of techniques we have for online. Of course, we use Skype, and of course, we use the different kind of methods for communications, but we never had formal classes, especially communicating with students in online system. So I think it was a great challenge for all of us, and usually we see it was a successful experiment in a way that we could find new ways how to teach. But of course, it's a question, and it's a great question, I think. How much of these new devices, new methods can survive after the COVID, let's hope very soon, will disappear from our world? Will we return to our usual way of teaching, or can we learn something from all these new methods in the future, when we don't have to, but we might choose to use all these new techniques in teaching. So I think it's I would like to show you this kind of a case study. So what our university did, what kind of methods we had for this kind of new teaching. And so my formal presentation starts now, so you can have the main words on the screen. So e-learning in higher education. In the last couple of years, the digitization of teaching and learning in higher education has been evolving. Developing e-learning and support educators to expand their digital competency is crucial in their professional development. However, the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 accelerated this process beyond all previous ideas, as higher education institutions had to organize their teachings and learning process in absentia, during which the use of digital tools and related adequate pedagogical competence has proven to be essential. Therefore, the activities of the organizational units engaged in the digitization of educational process and the development of digital pedagogical competencies of higher education institutions have become a priority in all higher education institutions. So the next slide, what kind of e-learning methods we have at Utbildungsverein University. At Utbildungsverein University, the infrastructure for online learning is decentralized. There are 3 learning management systems, LMS, in use, and all are open source applications. Canvas LMS we use as a connected system with our student information system, it's called Neptune, by a secure server that can authenticate the student login. This system is for formal learning teachers. Teachers can identify the participants and evaluate their productivity in the system. This can be used for online assessments. The other Canvas system is open for everyone after login with an email address, and this is a massive open online course, MOOC, platform of the university, which we are titling to reach out to prospective students, educators, and those who are interested in lifelong learning. Various online tools are available for remote teaching. ELTA, Microsoft Teams, and Zoom are for synchronous education, seminars, and webinars. panel 2 to record lectures, and our educators have launched several massive open online courses on our webpage. So it's also very important, this whole question, and I think maybe it is one of the big advantage of these new methods, how to reach out to the other audience of the university, except for the traditional students in the class, how you can reach out to the adults, how can you reach out to those people who maybe live far away and they cannot attend classes. So it means this kind of open access, which is now, I think it's one of the most fashionable terms in higher education. How can we make our knowledge not only as a kind of closed knowledge for a limited number of people, but it can be accessible for all people. I think it's this kind of methods, kind of digital methods, certainly are very, very useful. So next, what kind of support and consultations for educators we have? At the Education Directorate of ELTE, the Education Management and Talent Support Department is responsible for the development of this field, for training educators and supporting them methodologically. I think, of course, it's very dependent on sometimes on the age, on the personal characteristics, and how developed we are as teachers, educators, and whether we are able to adopt these new technologies, we are able to learn them. Some people can learn by themselves, some people really need some kind of help. And I think it's very important for university to organize this kind of assistance for the professors to give them help in order to guarantee the quality of their teaching. To support educators, this department organizes learning management system, training sessions, methodology training sessions, and one-on-one consultations. Different learning management system training sessions are available for beginners and advanced users. For the advanced Canvas user educators, the department developed 2 more methodology trainings: evaluation system design and question banks and quizzes in Canvas. They have a monthly training calendar for the training session on their webpage and an appointment system for consultations. This department supports educators with counseling, troubleshooting by email and by phone, and personal consultations. The information materials are available on their website. These include shorter methodological writings from various user manuals, through short, practical, on-screen videos, focusing on one solution at a time, or even a 6-module online course entitled Open Course Development. The university supports educators with financial rewards, and there is a plan for a new system of recognition of innovative educators. These massive open online courses, in the last 2 years, teachers of ELTE designed several massive open online courses. This teaching method was entirely new for our educators. Therefore, our first MOOC discussed this topic. When the curriculum was published, more than 1,000 interesting teachers applied from all parts of the country. This course was facilitated for 6 weeks, during which participants were introduced to the Canvas framework and the key elements of open course planning. At the end of the course, they were able to create their online course, which encouraged student participation, learner community building, and lively exchange of knowledge and experience with MOOCs, courses, and activities. Online courses can also be a great addition to in-person education. finally, ERTA training courses also reflects the independence of the faculties of ERTA that almost each of them organize their methodological training to maintain coherence and transparency and to help each educator to find all the possibilities to develop itself. The department gives the place and platform to a new methodological cooperation between the faculties. It's evident there is no one-size-fits-all methodological overview, but they help these events to evolve and complement the existing the most effective way. These are all in-process training to support educators from the beginning to build the course and facility. This training based on volunteer participation and the certificate of attendance is being given to the teachers. So there are some of our training courses as teamwork in higher education, online data visualization, project-based learning in higher education, new types of effective incentive assessment methods, techniques to encourage students' engagement in higher education, graphics and photo editing basics, plus more than 10 other different topics. So to summarize my lecture here is that yet I think there's a lot of potential in this kind of new methods which you can use in the educations, and especially if you create kind of open access databases, I think it can be very, very useful. But yet, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit conservative in this respect. I don't think that it can substitute, I mean, the classical teaching method. It's kind of a classical teaching when a professor can actually physically meet the students and can have real communication. I think it's, I myself, it's my own experience as a professor as well. I think it's still much more efficient to have this kind of lively teachings. But I think this pandemic, and let's hope it was an experiment for all of us. I think it revealed all the possibilities of this kind of e-learning and this kind of e-methods, but also revealed, I think, and maybe it's not often, I mean, emphasized the shortcomings of this kind of e-learning. So I think it means that still, I think there should be a lot of technological devices and technological developments in this area in order to prove more and even to be more efficient in teaching. But I think, and I think it's partly my personal conviction, that all these digital versions cannot substitute all the traditional kind of teaching. So, but it can very well supplement the traditional kind of teaching. I think in this way we knew many new methods which you can use in the future. But of course, we can be very balanced how we use all these new methods. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite Dr. Shukrat Banguratov, Vice Rector of Tashkent Medical Academy.
Good afternoon, dear guests, dear participants of this conference. I am so happy to see you again. So after a long time, pandemic process, so we today face to face discuss our problems. So I'd like to give you short information about training and network training on the examples of Tashkent Medical Academy. So network center. So what was the structure of training network training and retraining system? From 2012, it was for training 144 and retraining 576 hours. And from 2015, it was changed directly to 188 hours. And from 2019, it was developed to part, directly 144 and indirectly 144. What's the main tasks of purpose of training and retraining? The main purpose, the continued professional development process on the continuous renewal of professional and pedagogical skills. And the tasks of the introducing of mechanism for continued updating of professional knowledge, also ensure and monitoring the full implementing of direct and indirect forms, also improving the quality requirements for quality for training and managing and teachers. In our country, we have for training and retraining teachers, we have the main scientific methodological center, and under the structure of this center, they have 6 regional centers, or also 15 network centers. All network centers situated on the higher education universities. One of the on the Tashkent Medical Academy. So what is the structure? You can see here what kind of structure this center, and on the center 40 pedagogical staff, from them 2 basically, and others the timeline of staff. From them professors 16, and associate professors 20, and senior teachers 4. All the scientific potential of the staff about 9%. What kind of how organized the training and retraining system? So it was from universities we give the orders for training. In the beginning of the semester, we give the plan for training and retraining, and to order the rectors and create the group for teaching. So in the network center of training and retraining for pedagogical staff on the network center of Tashkent Medical Academy, on the medicine we have 10 directions: the treatment and surgery, medical biological, pediatric and dentistry, medical prophylaxis, pharmacy, producing pharmacy, high nurse quality, also military faculties. We have the curriculum, simple curriculum. The simple curriculum included the independent training, 144, also pedagogical professional innovations and pedagogical information communication development technologies, also professionals and assessments. What kind of types of time-related training? They have three types. It's independently, also alternative, and directly. Professional training included 144 hours. You can see here assessment 100, the rating system. It began from the open lessons and creating the talented students and participants of conferences, also publications, and preparing our syllabuses and to participate on scientific grants and international relationships, also others. So what kind of alternative scheme include the without contact, the teachers can train without contact, because during the 3 year, all training and retraining system included for 3 years, one time on 3 years, our teachers train, and alternative system during 3 years, it's enough preparing PhD students all books. And directly, total 1 hour, 144 hours, and included the general models and pedagogical professional innovation, pedagogical information technologies, creative development, and other models. And directly, professional subjects, and you can see here the professional subjects for treatment and therapeutic direction, surgery direction. Each of them includes 78 hours. So also our network center have a relationship the other medical Ministry of Healthcare and other ministries. Also we have a group of hospitals and polyclinics of our country. Also in our country, in the medical structure, we have specialization Republican centers and private clinics. You can see here examples. Have professional skills on the organizing all the private clinics. All our teachers have opportunity to visit private hospitals and do some skills. Also, some lessons were organized in these hospitals or clinics, more part of our training and the training system in our professional skills, including the participation on surgery, participation on some manipulations, and they give the assessment for this participation and for this doing something of this. Also, we included the cultural program for training, retraining. Also, they have some assistants for them. So, and for example, the plan for next year. We invited the foreign our specialists for educational training plus for teachers. This is picture show this different our lectures from different our partner universities, the lecture for our teachers. So you can see here in slides how much participants trained for participate in seminars or conference on foreign countries. So this is show the assessment for assessment included 100 rating system. From the portfolio included 30 balls and tests 50 balls, also assessment and 20 balls. So in the finish part of the assessments, they can pass or fall. If they fall, they have opportunity to pass again. If the second chance, if they fall, so we stop at the board for teachers. The plan for next year, about 250 teachers participated on the virtual courses during the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. If anybody has questions, you can raise your hands and we'll provide microphone, please.
Universitetimiz qanaqa ilmiy global muammo bilan shug'ullanyapti va biz olimlarga qaysi obyekt bilan qanaqa ilmiy muammo bilan hamkorlikda loyiha yozishni, tadqiqot o'tkazishni taklif qilasiz?
For Hungarian universities.
So do you examine this program project for kind of e-learning and digital learning? Or general. Oh, that's a very huge question. So I'm not sure. I'm not very sure that I'm qualified to give such an answer. But I would say we are in Hungary very much open, to cooperate with Uzbek universities. That's why we are here on this forum to find all these potentials and possibilities, which ways we can cooperate. Of course, we can find, I think, for those fields which either Uzbekistan or either Hungarian universities are advanced and have maybe high technology, have a good research potentialities, and then this way we can cooperate better. But I would like to give the floor to the president of the Hungarian Rectors Forum, who's also actually my rector, and maybe he also has a answers to your questions.
At the end of this section, we are going to present a final resolution with the rector of the Tashkent University, and we are going to get acquainted with the content of this final resolution for the future cooperation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Okay, if there are no questions, we will switch on to the last session. It's session number 4. It's a joint students exchange, internships, allocating scholarships, studentship places, and other opportunity for bilateral cooperation. And with such presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Zoltan Lubesci for his presentation.
Yes. Yeah.
Dear colleagues, my presentation will be very short in order to keep the time frame. I'd like to introduce a little bit the Rectors Conference role in the internationalization process in Hungary. Our Rectors Conference was established 3 years ago. We have 63 members, and this is the only organization, a unique organization, which represents the whole higher education sector. So that means on the other side that all of the universities and colleges are a member of the Rectors Conference. Of course, we have internal duties and international duties as well, but mainly I'd like to talk about the international activities of the Rectors Conference. We can say that this is the a one-channel association to reach all of the Hungarian universities. So if you, one of the rectors of the Uzbek higher education system, I would like to find a partner, for example, in the field of civil engineering, a specific field, just write an email to me or to Ms. Fanny Perish, and in 1 or 2 working days, we will contact you with the relevant players, with the relevant partners, possible partners in Hungary. Since our structure is working like this, so we have a rectors level, but we have several committees organized by different scientific fields. So we have a committee of engineers, committee of informatics, committee of law, committee of arts, and so on. And that's why we can reach the relevant persons and the relevant projects as well in a very short way, in 1 or 2 days. So about the activities, we regularly coordinate visiting delegations program. Either we go outside or we invite delegations, and we hope that during the next year we will have the opportunity to meet in Budapest with you, with the rectors of the Uzbek universities, and we also organize workshops, different conferences, summer and winter courses for students. For example, we had a very interesting summer course together with the University of Tokyo, and we use the channels of the Hungarian Rectors Conference in order to introduce different Hungarian universities and their knowledge to the Japanese students. And I can offer the same for you because it's during the summer school, we introduce different disciplines, different universities, different cities in 2 or 3 weeks. So it's a very unique approach. Of course, we promote bilateral cooperation, so that's why we are here. We hope that after visiting Uzbekistan, we will have more and more bilateral cooperations between our universities, and of course we participate as an association in different funded projects, not just the universities themselves, but usually we, I mean the Rectors Conference itself, usually participates on a yearly basis 2 or 3 different European EU-funded projects. And just to highlight some of our cooperation agreements, you can see that covers all over the world, from Brazil to Indonesia, from Angola to Serbia. So we are not just focusing on Europe, but on the whole world. And just to highlight some international events and programs, we have rectors forum like this with the Indonesian rectors, with Vietnamese rectors, with Kazakh rectors from the region. This is the second time after Kazakhstan visiting Uzbekistan. Kazakh rectors have been in Hungary twice in the recent years. And also we have a very strong cooperation with the different Brazilian rectors conferences. And about the possible cooperations between our universities, of course, we are ready to establish double degree programs and to promote student and staff mobility opportunities. Of course, we are ready to join to have joint academic publication projects. And just to mention a few represented universities, the University of Nyíregyháza is ready to show their dual different cooperative models. The University of Dunói can be interesting mainly because of their dual training model. The Széchenyi István University is about their research and education activity, and there are good practices and there are existing cooperation with the University of Óbuda as well. So and of course we are ready to cooperate with you in any field of higher education, research and innovation and development. And there are a few examples. So the biggest university in Hungary is the Hungarian, the former Szent István University of Gödöllő, METE is the name of the university. Just established a potato research center a few months ago here in Tashkent or in the nearby, as far as I know. And with the Technical University of Budapest, there is a new cooperation in the field of geoinformatics and in the field of atomic energy. And also, we hope that there will be a new cooperation with the University of Sopron, with the Forest Research Institute. And I'd like to show finally industrial parks, science parks around regional hubs. You can see a few pictures about the science park. One is organized around the BME, the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, the MOL campus. The name of the campus is MOL campus. The MOL is our national oil and gas company. There is a science park also in Szeged, also in Szeged, different cities. So these science and industrial parks are existing or will be established in different parts of Hungary. And just going back to the beginning of my presentation, we are ready to share our networks and our channels in order to improve our cooperation in the field of higher education, research and innovation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rosiva Buchekva-Shavkatovna, Rector of Tashkent State Oriental University. Please.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, hammamizni mazkur forumda ko'rib turganimdan men ham juda ham xursandman. Avvalo hamkorlarimiz bo'lgan etilishi universiteti rektori doktor Vasil Borgi janoblariga, prorektorimiz Hamar Inri va professor Benedikt Berini ham ko'rib turganimdan juda ham xursandman. Bu forumda Gumanitar yo'nalishlar bo'yicha bitta bizni universitetimizga so'zga chiqish tavsiya qilingan ekan. Chunki biz juda ham ko'p ma'ruzalarni asosan boshqa ishlab chiqarish bilan bog'liq universitetlarda ko'rdik. Lekin bu mavzuni tanlanishi nihoyatda muhim. Bugungi kunda internasionalizatsiya, ya'ni ta'limda va ilm-fanda xalqarolashuv masalasi nihoyatda muhim hisoblanadi va bizni O'zbekistonda ham aynan mana shu masalaga e'tibor qaratmasdan turib, biz yangi bir bosqichga, oliy ta'limni yangi bir bosqichga olib chiqa olmasligimiz bugungi kunda ayon va mendan oldinga chiqqan hurmatli hamkasbimiz internasionalizatsiyani qaysi yo'nalishlari, nima ishlar qilish kerakligi to'g'risida va o'zlarini yo'nalishlarida, universitetlarda qanday yo'nalishlarda bu bo'yicha ishlar olib borilishi va hamkorlikda nimalar qilishimiz mumkinligi haqida to'xtadilar va meni bu slaydda ham xuddi shunga o'xshagan masalalar, bunga to'xtalmayman chunki vaqtimiz juda ham qisqa va men bu mehmonlarimizga bugungi kunda O'zbekistondagi eng muhim davlat siyosati darajasiga ko'tarilgan mana shu internasionalizatsiya masalasi va bizni tasdiqlangan konsepsiyamizda mana shu yerda bor bo'lgan eng muhim tayanch kalit masalalar, ya'ni hozirgi kunda oliy ta'limimizga yetib kelgan va bundan keyingi juda ham kuchaytirishimiz kerak bo'lgan masalalar to'g'risida mana bu slaydda ko'rilgan bu akademik mustaqillikni berilishi, xalqaro hamkorlikdagi publikatsiyalarimiz, iqtiboslik masalasi yoki O'zbekistondagi oliy ta'limni Markaziy Osiyodagi xalq darajasiga yetkazish masalasi yoki albatta investitsiyalarni kiritish, o'sha yana grantlarni, turli hamkorlikdagi loyihalarni bajarish masalasi va albatta o'z navbatida moddiy texnika bazasini, ya'ni infrastrukturamizni modernizatsiya qilish va bu bilan moliyaviy barqarorlikka erishish masalasi. Mana shularga erishganimizdan keyin internasionalizatsiya juda ham katta bir yuqori darajaga chiqadi deb o'ylaymiz. Men Toshkent davlat sharqshunoslik universiteti rektoriman va universitetimiz O'zbekistonda mana shu xalqarolashuv bo'yicha eng katta tajribaga ega universitetlardan biri ekanligini bu yerda hamma hamkorlar, hamkasblarimiz bilishadi va biz 100 ga yaqin hamkor universitetlar va mana shuncha mamlakatlar bilan hamkorlikda ishlaymiz va o'z o'rnida bizni yo'nalishlarimiz, hamkorlik yo'nalishlarimiz xuddi boyagi sanab o'tgan, hamkorimiz sanab o'tgan yo'nalishlar bilan juda bog'liq. Mana shu slaydda ko'rib turganingizdek, universitetimizda hamkorlik olib boradigan juda ham ko'p hamkorlik tashkilotlari bor. Bu tashkilotlar bilan sharqshunoslik bo'yicha ishlaydigan dunyodagi oliy ta'lim muassasalari hammasi ham hamkorlik qilishadi. Bu albatta sharq mamlakatlarini qo'llab-quvvatlovchi asosiy bir fondlar va Markaziy Osiyo, shu jumladan O'zbekiston oliy ta'limi bilan hamkorlikda ishlaydigan tashkilotlar hisoblanadi. Va bu yerda alohida ko'p aytildi, Erasmus Plus tashkilotini hamkorligi bizda ham ICM proyektlar, ya'ni ikki tomonlama bilateral shartnomalar asosida ICM proyekti, ya'ni International Credit Mobility proyektlari bo'yicha nimalarimiz bor, hamkorliklarimiz bor va Vengriya universitetlari bilan ham albatta mana shu yo'nalishda ishlar olib boramiz. Eng muhim indikatorlar bu o'qituvchilarimiz, talabalarimizni chet ellarda malaka oshirishi, xorijiy hamkor chet ellik talabalarimizni bizning universitetimizda o'qishi yoki bo'lmasam chet ellik o'qituvchilarimizni yil sayin bizni oliy ta'lim jarayonlarimizga jalb etilishida dinamikani kattalashib borayotganini ko'ramiz. Albatta biz bunga juda qattiq harakat qilishimiz kerak. Undan keyingi masala bu yerda malaka oshirish masalasi bo'yicha mana bugun ma'ruza bo'ldi. Malaka oshirishda xalqaro hamkor tashkilotlarda malaka oshirish, o'zaro hamkorlikda tashkil etilgan treninglarda malaka oshirish ham olinadigan malaka oshirish turlaridan biriga chiqarish bugungi kundagi asosiy vazifalarimizdan hisoblanadi. Men mana shu slaydga alohida to'xtalmoqchiman. O'zbekiston oliy ta'lim tizimida bugungi kunda avvallari bo'lmagan va juda ham kam universitetlarda bo'lgan joint, ya'ni hamkorlikdagi programmalar. Mana shunday programmalar eng katta tajribaga ega bo'lgan programmalar bo'yicha ishlash bo'yicha eng katta tajribaga ega bizni mehmon qilib turgan mana shu institut hisoblanadi. O'tgan pardavich jamoalari bilan Erasmus Mundus, Erasmus Plus dasturlari bo'yicha joint master programmalarni bir necha yillar davomida olib borishgan. Bizning havasimiz kelardi. Shu qanday qilib biz ham boshqa universitetlar ham shu yo'nalishni qilsak. Faqat loyiha doirasida bo'ladi. Bu paytlar hozir esa mana shu konsepsiyaga ko'ra internatsionalizatsiya kuchayishiga e'tibor berilayotgan paytda bizda double degree programmalari, ya'ni qo'shma ta'lim dasturlarini ochishga ham keng imkoniyatlar yaratildi. Biz hozir birgalikda ikkita universitet, hamkor universitet rektori ishchi rejalarini, o'quv rejalarini hamkorlikda tasdiqlab, biz yangi yo'nalishda shu double degree programmalarni ham ochdik. Bular Koreyaning Samyong universiteti va Kyoto universitetlari, Belorussiya davlat universiteti bilan hamkorlik nimalarimiz bor, dasturlarimiz. Shu bilan birga bu yil Gujarat universiteti, Hindistonning universitetida magistratura yo'nalishida double degree programmalarni ochdik-la. Yangi o'quv yilidan boshlab Turkiyaning Hojibaram, Anqara Hojibaram universiteti, Sankt-Peterburg universiteti bilan magistratura yo'nalishida Xitoy universiteti va yana Gujarat universiteti, bir nechta universitetlar bilan hozir hamkorlikda ishlashni boshlayapmiz va bu yangi o'quv yilidan qabul jarayonlarini boshlamoqchimiz. Hamkorlikdagi konferensiyalarimiz nihoyatda muhim va men alohida pandemiya sharoitida juda ko'p oliy ta'lim tizimimizda o'ziga xos plus tomonlari ham bo'lganligini aytmoqchiman. Biz juda ko'p hamkorlarimiz ko'lamini kengaytirdik va juda ko'p onlayn anjumanlarni o'tkazdik. Mana bu yerda ba'zilarini ko'rib turibsiz va mana shu hamkorlik doirasida men aynan Vengriya universitetlaridan eng mashhurlardan o'sha Etvoshora nomli universitet va o'sha universitet qoshidagi sharqshunoslik instituti bilan birgalikda hamkorlikda bir nechta konferensiyalar o'tkazganimizni aytmoqchiman. Ayniqsa turkologiya yo'nalishi juda ham rivojlangan bu institutda. Mana shu institutni professori doktor Benedikt Peri janoblari va ularning tashqi nimalari bilan qo'llab-quvvatlashlari va institut rahbariyatini qo'llab-quvvatlashi bilan aynan mana shu 950 yil to'lgan republik o'zbek turkiy xalqlarining eng qadimgi yodgorligini yubiley konferensiyasini birgalikda Turkiy kengash bilan o'tkazdik va mana shu konferensiyamizni hamkorlikda tashkil etdik. Men alohida minnatdorchilik bildiraman bu institutga va professor Benedikt Periga, bizning universitetimiz talabalari va doktorantlarimizga turkologiya bo'yicha juda katta bir ma'ruzalar siklini o'qib berdilar. Onlayn bo'lsa ham juda ham qiziqarli bo'ldi va bu universitet bilan biz hamkorlikda aynan sharqshunoslik instituti bilan turkologiya yo'nalishida double degree programmasini ham ochib Erasmus dasturiga loyiha tayyorlayapmiz. Umid qilamanki, kelasi yilda bu hamkorligimiz amalga oshadi deb o'ylayman. Va aynan bu yerda hamkorlik takliflarini bermoqchiman. Aynan bu yerda hamkorim professor rektor janoblari o'tirganlardan foydalanib, biz universitetimizni balki bu taklifim boshqa hamkorlarimizga, boshqa hamkasblarimizda ham bo'lishi mumkin. Aynan biz shu universitetda Etvoshora universiteti Toshkent davlat sharqshunoslik universitetining bir markazini ochsak, u birgalikda hamkorlik qiladigan ilmiy yo'nalishlarimizni yoki ta'lim dasturlari yo'nalishini birgalikda shu kooperatsiya qiladigan, boshqaradigan mana shu bitta kichkina bo'lsa ham markazni ochsak, boshlang'ich qadamlarimizda bu faoliyatni kengaytirishda juda ham katta yordam bo'ladi deb o'ylayman. Va yuqorida aytganimizdek turli almashuv dasturlari, yozgi qishki dasturlarda talabalarni almashuvi, ayniqsa yo'nalishlar bo'yicha doktorlik programmalarini kuchaytirishimiz, yangilikda hamkorlikda ochishimiz mumkin bo'ladi. Shu bilan birga Erasmus Plus proyektlarini, ICM proyektlari yoki Capacity Building of Higher Education yo'nalishi yoki jamoat yo'nalishidagi programmalarni ham loyihalarida ishtirok etsak, menimcha maqsadga muvofiq bo'ladi va albatta o'zimizdan hamma hamkorlarimiz ishtirok etayotgandek mana shu yo'nalishlarda ilmiy hamkorlikni va ilmiy hamkorlikda yaratilgan ishlarni joriylanishi masalalarida ham hamkorlik juda ham muhim. Chunki men kuzatdim, bugungi konferensiyada ko'p hamkasblarimiz ilmiy ishni joriylanishi qanday bo'ladi universitetlarda yoki ilmiy ishni qanchalik mablag'lar ajratiladi yoki qancha protsent doktorantlar bitiruvchilarni qamrab oladi. Shunga o'xshagan juda ko'p ilmiy faoliyat bilan bog'liq savollar bo'ldi. Mana shu savollarga biz bugungi dastlabki qadam qo'ygan shu Vengriya O'zbekiston rektorlar forumini xulosalaridan keyin hamkorlikni juda chiroyli olib borishimiz va muhim natijalarga erishishimiz mumkin bo'ladi. Va e'tiboringlar uchun rahmat deyman va so'zim oxirida maqolamda O'zbekiston universiteti tomonidan yaratilgan mana shu kubik narsalarga ko'rsatmoqchiman. Bu yerda Vengriyani, Budapeshtni tarixiy obidalari, достопримечательностьlari yozilgan. Oliy ta'lim va ilm fani integratsiyasiga va internasionalizatsiyani kuchaytirishga mana shu yerda katta bir maydon yaratib berganlar. Va bugungi forumimizda keyin mana shu joy-joyga qo'yib Vengriyani oliy ta'limi va ilm fanini juda ham yaxshi qilib oladigan bo'lsak, keyingi forumlarda buni juda ham tez joylashtiramiz va o'ylaymanki hamkorlikdagi juda yaxshi loyihalarni amalga oshirishimiz mumkin. Katta rahmat.
Savoli bo'lsa marhamat. Ikkita prezentatsiya eshitdik. If you have some questions, there was two presentation presented. If no question, I would like to pass the final word to our chairman, Professor Dr. Uktam Pardayevich-Murzakov, for his finalizing this event forum. Not all forum, but today's session.
I would like to invite Mr. Sayın dostlar, arkadaşlar, hanımlar ve canımlar, biz bugün bana samarali mehnatkorlik ve muhotama qilish rejalashtirilgan barcha masalalar yalpi majlisda va mana shu yerda ishchi seksiyalarda ko'rib chiqdik. Forum davomida O'zbekiston Respublikasi va Vengriya oliy o'quv yurtlari o'rtasida tashkil etilgan keng fikr almashuvlar har ikki tomon oliy o'quv yurtlari vakillari, universitetlarimiz o'rtasidagi munosabatlarning yanada rivojlantirishiga xizmat qiladigan foydali ma'lumotlar oldilar deb umid qilaman va hisoblayman. Forumning pirovard maqsadi ham aynan universitetlar o'rtasidagi aloqalarni mustahkamlash va kengaytirishdan iboratdir. Kelajakda forumimiz natijalari O'zbekiston va Vengriya universitetlarining qo'shma loyihalarida o'z aksini topishiga ishonib qolaman. Kun davomida har ikki mamlakat vakillari tomonidan qo'shma ta'lim dasturlari va qo'shma loyihalarni ishlab chiqish va amalga oshirishdan manfaatdormiz degan fikrlar ko'p marta bugun aytildi. O'zbekiston bu borada yetarli tajriba to'pladi va biz albatta Vengriya oliy ta'lim muassasalari bilan qo'shma o'quv va ilmiy loyihalarni ishlab chiqish bo'yicha hamkorlikda yo'lga qo'yishdan manfaatdormiz. Biz har doim siyosiy va iqtisodiy, shuningdek madaniy va gumanitar sohalarda Vengriya bilan eng yaxshi munosabatlarda bo'lganmiz va bundan keyin ham bo'lamiz degan umiddaman. O'ylaymanki, bugun biz bu yo'nalishda juda katta bir dadil qadam tashladik. Vengriyalik mehmonlarimizga rahmat deb faol ishtirok etgan bugungi forumning barcha ishtirokchilariga ham minnatdorchilik bildiraman. So'zimni yakunida xulosa qilib ayta olamanki, biz O'zbekistonda ham, Vengriyada ham bo'lib o'tadigan bunday forumlarni muntazam ravishda tashkil etishda
davom etamiz deb qat'iy ishonch bildiraman va sizlar tomonidan qo'llab-quvvatlaysizlar degan umiddaman. Men yana bir marta vengriyalik mehmonlarimizga mamlakatimizga qilgan safarlari yoqimli va mazmunli o'tishini tilab qolaman. Xabarlaringiz bor, ular ertalab Samarqandga va ertaga kechqurun Endilga, demak, Buxoroda bo'ladi va Buxorodan undan keyin demak to'g'ri o'zlarining vataniga qaytadi. Hurmatli hamkasblar, do'stlar, biz bugun qo'llaringizga tarqatilgan hammalaringizga yakuniy rezolyutsiyani loyihasini tarqatganmiz. Shu loyiha bo'yicha kimda savollari bo'lsa, yo qo'shimchalari bo'lsa, men sizlardan eshitib qolardim. Hozir men mamnuniyat bilan yakuniy so'zni meni hamkasbim rektorlar konferensiyasini, Vengriya rektorlar konferensiyasi ishtirokchi direktori professor Lashon Vortaga beraman.
Dear Rector, dear colleagues, today we have seen that despite the fact that physically we are separated through many thousands of kilometers, but practically and scientifically, how much we are connected through common problems and similar solutions. First, we have seen the mutual presentation of the higher educational system in each countries. We have seen how much you are interested in the credit system of our universities and in the boğlab system, which were introduced 30 and 15 years ago in Hungary. Secondly, the mutual presentations of the issues in which the partner university might be interested very useful. I have seen the directions and the experiences of the last 15, 20, and 30 years in both countries. Third, the mutual interest for actual problems and new directions was a very useful discussion of today. We have seen the responses, the answers of the higher education system and the new pandemic situation caused by COVID-19 in the paper of Professor Hamar, which was not only a Hungarian solution, but a solution valid for all the world. We have seen the new directions concerning the innovation and the technology, which is an absolutely new direction in the world higher education, also in Hungary, where the Ministry of Innovation and Technology was created 3 years ago. The new directions looking for connections between universities and companies, universities and industries, universities and industrial entrepreneurs is also a new direction. We have seen the answers from Uzbekistan and from Hungary as well. And not only innovation, not only technology, not only industry, but in the last presentation of Professor Ixcheva, rector of the National State University of Oriental Studies, has shown that even in the field of classical studies, even in the field of philology, very strong connections might exist. The highlight of today's event was the signing ceremony of the mutual bilateral cooperations, which is a first step for the future cooperation. In the name of the Hungarian delegation of the Hungarian Rectors Conference, I would like to express my thankfulness for this hospitality, for this invitation to this beautiful country. It was for us, for many of us, the first trip after 1.5 years to was this long debate by the pandemic situation. And this first trip remains in my heart, remains in my mind for a very, very long time. As the professor said, we prepared a final resolution, which is a first step for the realization of further cooperations between universities, between our countries, and the first step to start to organize the second Hungarian educational forum in 2020 in Budapest. Thank you once again. Thank you for your hospitality. Finally, I would like to give the silver medal of our university.
Rahmat, professor, rektor, boshlig'i. Biz faqat aytmoqchimiz, bugun xayrlashganimiz yo'q. Chunki sizlarni yana juda menimcha foydali uchrashuvlar kutyapti. Ayrim yerda o'tirganlar sizlarga yo'lda hamroh bo'ladi, birgalikda boradi. Men yana bir bor sizlarni hammalaringizga minnatdorchilik bildirib, endi e'tiborlaringizni shu qo'llaringizda tarqatilgan yakuniy rezolyutsiyaga bir nazar tashlab, kimda savolli bo'lmasa, keyin buni qabul qilishimizni men o'rtaga tashladim. Savollar bormi yoki qo'shimchalar bormi? Ma'qul bo'ladimi? Bo'lmasa, men demak ovozga qo'yaman, buni ham rasmiy qo'yishimiz kerak. Kim shu demak yakuniy rezolyutsiyani final resolution. Kim shunga rozi bo'lsa, biz demak ovoz beraylikmi, qo'l ko'tarib. Ruxsat bersalar. Katta rahmat. Thank you so much. Biz demak rezolyutsiyani qabul qildik. Ertalab deyarli soat ayrim yerda vakillarimiz ertalab uchib kelgan soat 7:10. Ayrimlari kecha uchib kelgan. Shuning uchun ozgina charchagan bo'lishlari ham mumkin. Men yana bir marta sizlarga chuqur minnatdorchilik bildirib, hozir demak sizlarni mehmonlarni demak gastinitsiyaga biz kuzatib qo'yamiz. Bir soatdan olasizlar. Bir soatdan keyin soat 7:ga sizlarga soat 7:ga barcha mana shu o'tirganlarni oliy va o'rta maxsus ta'lim vazirining ta'minlashning taklifiga binoan vazirlik tomonidan kechki ovqatga taklif qilinadi. Hammalaringizni shunga taklif qilamiz. Rahmat.